Hello everyone, this is Emperor Haterius, and we are just getting started here. I'm getting set up so that people can see what I'm doing. I'm doing a live Q&A for dungeon mastering a campaign for over a year now. I want to check up on my YouTube here, make sure it's going live so I'm not talking to myself. Okay. So, this is a new format that I'm trying. Obviously, I've got to work on my production here, but I am actually late in doing this. I was going to do this earlier. Um, we have had a campaign last night where we had our 15th Dungeons and Dragons session that I dungeon master or DM or game master, whatever you want to call it. I tell the story, tell players what they can do based on what they desire to do. We have several players. Some have come and gone because of situations and life finding a way as it does. But we have currently Kildry, a Kenku, Birdman. He's a rogue arcane trickster, and he's also a wizard. Let's start off by saying all of our characters are going to be named only using their character names. All of our characters are level 4, and there are quite a bit of multi-classed characters. And if anyone's interested in knowing what that means, just feel free to ask. Ask me any questions you have in any of the discussion I have. You can chime in whenever. Kenku, Arcane Trickster, level 3 levels of that, 1 level of Wizard. We have Janster, a Sorcerer Paladin, who is 3 levels Sorcerer, 1 level Paladin. We have Bam, I believe he's full Bard. From what I remember, he's a College of Swords Bard. I haven't gone into specifics, but I just want to go through what the party is. We have Glenn. Bam was a mouse folk. Glenn is a chameleon folk or chameleon lizard folk. Artificer, 3rd level artificer, 1st level rogue. We have Babel, a tiefling. What was it? Tiefling celestial warlock. We have some other characters. We actually just got one. I need to finish this typing. We actually got a new character in, a returning player, I should say, last night. His name is Fenthris, and nobody has asked his race, but I believe he's a wood elf. Wood elf. And he's kind of sneaky with his class stuff, so I don't really want to go into that just yet. We have other players and other characters that are not available at the moment to continue playing, but their characters are still in the game. Fenthris' previous character, Sheehan, was a sort of a hybrid samurai, an Iijitsu samurai who was an Oni character. Um, my brother Subnova, he has a character that is mostly ranger, and he has a level of fighter, I believe. And there was at the beginning of the campaign a paladin, a dragonborn paladin, specifically a gemstone dragonborn paladin from the Matt Colville Productions or MCDM um, company Strongholds and Followers book. Just a little bit more hybridization with that. He was a paladin of Bahamut, conquest paladin. So those are all the players at stake, and they also have a bunch of NPCs available. Um, so we have Bam, Kildry, Glenn, Babel, Janster, and Ventress now. Those are the active team members in this party. In the background we have Subnova. He's sidelined. Um, Everyone else has become NPCs and are NPCs in the party. Our NPCs in the party that are active are Aros, a skirmisher, javelineer, peltist, whatever you want to call him. Um, he has been with the party since session one. We have Jezebel, a priestess of Tanit, the goddess of the city that the player started in. She is going to be a healer, and we have a party of dragonborns that were recruited into the party through necessity of needing more hands on deck because of their situation. We have Adrex von Zeon, a dragonborn knight who used to ride flying dragons or dragonlings or whatever they um, were called at the time. Smaller dragons. I don't know what the appropriate name would be. I never statted it, but he does not have that. He is on foot. So that's Adrex von Zeon. He is a knight, dragonborn knight. We have Torin, who is a large red dragonborn. Adrex was a gold dragonborn. We have a red dragonborn barbarian that uses an axe, two-handed axe. He's a logger. We have his brother, another red dragonborn, who is also a logger, but he uses smaller one-handed axes and shield, so he's a fighter. We have Vizira or Ravon Vizira, which is a green dragonborn warlock who is known as an exile for story reasons. We have Beery, who is a character that nobody knows the class of just yet. They know that they're like a ranger. They're like a ranger, and they use like a heavy crossbow and a sword. They sneak around a lot too. So those are paladins. And I'm trying to watch my chat here too. I think because I have set for my broadcast settings to have audio. I have the chat where it'll have the voice pop in and ask me questions or whatever people say. So if you guys have any desire to hear the chat speak to me in this and ask me your questions or say something, go ahead and go for it. I will, however, crack down on anyone that is making lewd comments or anything inappropriate for the stream. So bear in mind that. What am I adding here? Trying to set up my page. I should have done this before I started, to be honest, but I should have done this stream after my session this early morning, though, to begin with. So I'm already starting great. So, as I idly screw around with this, I have been a dungeon master, like I said. This is my first time being a dungeon master. I've been a dungeon master for over a year now. I started our session, our campaigns, I should say, our campaign in 2019 of December of 2019. And we are 15 sessions in of me dungeon mastering, but I've been in tabletop gaming for quite some time. Not long, like as long as any like veteran players or whatever of old school D&D. I started in Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, third edition, 3.5, whatever you want to call it. It was 3.5. And I've loved Dungeons and Dragons ever since. I've loved tabletop gaming like that. I will say I've only started playing Pathfinder literally a month, 2 months ago, 3 months. I'm in a Roll20 game in my first Pathfinder game. And if you watch the channel, you'll notice that I have been playing the Pathfinder Kingmaker game. That's the very, very first time I've played anything with the Pathfinder rule set. But I know it was based on the Dungeons and Dragons 3, third edition or 3.5, and expanded on that with the licensing and the rule sets and stuff like that, which I overall love it. Like, I'm a big fan of it. So if you guys want to talk Pathfinder 2, I can talk to you about the game that I'm in there, but I'm not the dungeon master or game master for that. But overall, the focus of this is my Dungeons and Dragons campaign. If you guys have any interest in hearing about that, you know, join the session whenever I do this live stream. I'm not going to be going for too long, but I do want to have a live stream available if anyone wants to live chat, live question and answer Q&A. But tangents aside, it's been over a year. We just finished session 15, and I kind of want to like vent on this new series that I'm doing here. This is mainly for anyone that wants to talk about my world, anyone wants to hear about what my ideas are on like gameplay and stuff like that for my campaign. If anyone wants to hear me venting about what I think I should do better or what aspects of the game did not work out, this is for you. I don't really have a script here, and that's another thing, which kind of goes into one of the subjects I want to go on is preparation. Preparation for a game is huge. And depending on like how much time you're willing to spend on it and what assets you have at hand can really change how your game comes to be. But it also depends on like how you as a person are able to improvise. Improvisation is huge in games like that. This is literally a game of numbers and imagination. And anything that you don't have access to book-wise, I'm sure if you're confident in yourself, you can be that improviser on the spot. If you've ever a good way to think about it would be like if you like acting, if you like orating, if you like improvised singing, stuff like that. You know, there's all sorts of different inspirations you can take that more or less would go hand in hand with something like this in Dungeons and Dragons, because you're storytelling, you're entertaining. Like, that's what it is. I'm an entertainer, not just on this channel, which is, you know, one of my focuses is entertainment and sharing what I want to share with people because I think it's entertaining and I want them to like it too. You sitting there and sorry, I'm getting messaged. You entertaining people is what's huge. Like, you guys could have like the suckiest game ever that happened. Like, you've got too much stuff at stake. You've got like people riding down on your cool stronghold, wanting to take it over. You got your NPC friends and your player character friends dying or whatever, but you can still have a great time doing all that stuff. Um, yeah, I'm just kind of all over the place here. It's a live stream, so again, I don't have too much of a script. Uh, Again, if anyone wants to chime in ever, I'm here. You can also choose to comment after the fact, after I'm done streaming, and I will get your questions. I might do response videos. Um, I might as well add some more to this. And I know I'm not talking too much about my specific game yet, so all right. So my game takes place in a custom world, a homebrewed world that I call Gaia. I originally started this campaign calling it Gaia Eterna, but that's what the campaign name is called. So we're in the world Gaia, on the world Gaia, and the campaign is called Gaia Eterna. Uh, our characters are very much so in a situation starting out where they think they're trapped in a holding cell of some sort. And that was the beginning of the game. They find themselves in a dark room, and of course, literally 90% of the party, as soon as I say something like that, says, "I have dark vision." So that's the meme. It's like the DM doesn't even finish describing what's going on, and he mentions anything about darkness, and the entire party's like, "I have dark vision, so I see." But that's the thing. That's part of the fun is memeing with your friends. Um, the party are all susceptible to stuff like that. They are big memers. But what essentially is going on, they find themselves in a trapped underground facility, find themselves in an elevator room, but it was a puzzle room where they had to get um, a tool of some sort to activate this crank elevator, this turnstile, whatever it's called. You put a pole into one end and you're able to turn it because you've got it in there now, and that activates this elevator as they manually uh, spool it up a elevator shaft. And they find themselves, once they've gotten through with all sorts of drama and whatever, um, they've also found themselves in other situations, because literally in the first 30 minutes of my first session of this campaign, um, the players are tied up in this room, and they untie themselves from these poles that they use later as implements. Um, there are two NPCs with them, two human NPCs, one of which looks like he's sickly or whatever. And long story short, you guys, if you haven't already listened to the campaign that I've posted episodes of, I'm way behind on posting any of that, so it's going to be a long time before I can put the time in to edit more stuff. But tangent aside, there's two humans. One looks sickly, and we have a paladin that has an ability where he detects disease and poison, and he uses that ability on everyone in the room. And he looks at the guy that looks sickly, and he detects that he has the condition of scurvy or disease or ailment, whatever you want to call it. And as soon as he makes this known to the party, once they've introduced themselves while getting themselves untied, not really introduction, it's just more of an awkward, like, "Hey, I'm in the room with you. I'm going to tell you this guy's sick." One of the characters, Glenn, the chameleon folk, turns to the sickly human who's just now getting untied by another player, and uses the firebolt cantrip, which is like a fire, like flare shot. He shoots the guy with this magic power in the chest, and he kills this NPC. So in the first 30 minutes of my game, there was a death. There was a player on NPC kill, and everyone just starts freaking out. It's like, what did you do that for? You know, and that's part of the charm of Dungeons and Dragons or any tabletop game like Pathfinder or any of these other systems, where it's improvised acting. It's people thinking about stuff like and in a split second doing it. I could ask as many times as I want, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And that'll like maybe put doubt in their mind. But if I do that, like it could change the outcomes or the way players feel about stuff. And of course, I'm doing that more now that I've experienced that in the first session. But in the first session, one of my players killed an NPC, and that NPC would have helped the players at some point because they're in the same situation together. They're all brothers in brothers of circumstance, and they killed him. They killed him dead. He died from the hit, and he was already in a bad shape. And they had to deal with a body that they had down there trapped with them in this puzzle room, this back hall and whatnot. But improvisation on what on like reacting to what players are going to do is huge for a dungeon master, and a lot of the time it's just me saying, so what do you want to do? And then the player says, I want to do this, and then I say, well, if you want to do that, you're going to have to do this role, or you're going to have to possibly, and I'll tell them what they need to do in terms of like actions. Sometimes I'll ask them, are you sure you want to do this? And that's mainly if they have an ability that is limited. Like usually it's a per day ability. You have like spell slots, or you have something that the players would know would be an extremely like big thing to do that would possibly get them in trouble or themselves harmed. And I want to make sure that with their common sense, acting as their common sense in a situation, I ask them, are you sure you want to do this? You don't think this will end well if it goes wrong, something like that. So you got to be the player's common sense. You got to be the player's arbiter of like what their actions can do for them, and what they do once it happens. You got to be the storyteller of what happens afterwards. And a lot of stuff happens with this party in the 15 sessions we've been. One of the sessions was a Halloween special one-off, but I still count that as a session because it's my campaign. It's what I'm DMing, and it's with the characters that they made in my campaign, so that's why I count it. That was session 13, the Halloween special, and I'll post that eventually because it's not related to the campaign or whatever. And it was really fun. It was really fun. That's also another thing is like, if you start getting burned out, which believe me, I have been, but I really want to continue my game, and I'm not gonna be that guy. Um, as I fiddle with my microphone, the it's important to change things up every now and then, so that if the players are in a situation that just drags on and it seems like they're not having fun, and maybe you're not having fun either. I'm not gonna claim that I haven't been having fun or whatnot, but I've been in stressful situations where I see that the players I'm starting to lose the players. I've been in that plenty of times in the 15 sessions I've run. At least 14 of the sessions, because one of them's the Halloween thing. The whole point is like, if you feel like you need to take a break, if you feel like you need to maybe do something else, maybe ask the players, do you want to try something else? Do you want to try another game? Do you want to maybe not spend a game, an entire session arguing about something, and do something else? Like maybe you guys could just have a duel session where you get your characters, you get your stats and your character sheets, and you just start rolling dice and see who wins. Just have like a full on like free for all. That'd be cool. Or maybe you do like I did and you have a Halloween special, or I should say the day after Halloween, the way it went, and like have a zombie, like a Call of Duty Zombies experience where you've got like zombies trying to get in the door and you've got nothing but like what you can find. Of course, it didn't fully go out that way, but I'm going to post that again sometime in the next coming months when I have time to edit it. Do something different is my point. Like if you start getting burned out, ask the players if they'd be interested in doing something else, or if you just want to have fun on the next session, maybe cool off. Maybe work hasn't been going great. Maybe life hasn't been going great, and you just don't feel like investing yourself in that. In like if your sessions aren't going great either, like in terms of like there's too much tension, there's too much diplomacy, there's too much this stuff, this thing that you don't like. Maybe this thing just isn't working out at the moment, but you don't want to advance it just yet. Maybe, yeah, maybe anything like that happens. You could just take a break. Either don't like ask them if they don't mind waiting a little longer so you can get in the mood, or see if you can play something else, or see if you can just hang around, just hang out, roll dice, screw around with your character sheets, whatever. Yeah. And like I mentioned before, I'll touch on. I've had moments in my campaign. Again, I'm 15 in, uh, where the
Yo.
hello Jason Carter, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Um, like I was saying, the I've had moments, especially last night. We were kind of grinding to a halt with with arguing. Not really arguing, but moments of like the characters were trying to figure out what they were going to do next, and like or some aspect of a mechanic of something, which is partly on me for putting them in the situation that they are in, was causing conflict within the party. And like another big thing was the party has a lot of NPCs with them because they are in a war scenario. This party group has been recruited by a city state that thought they were enemies or thralls. Pretty much, they thought they might be thralls to an enemy, so they captured them underground. Like I said in the beginning of their campaign, they were put into an arena to test whether or not they were like sentient people still. And then once they proved that they were, um, obviously these guys are heroes. This is a Dungeons and Dragons where you're playing heroes and villains and whatever you want to do. You are powered. You exceed the limitations of what an NPC can do. Usually, just normal people and soldiers and stuff like that. You're powered. Um, they ask if they can help the city that they're in. Ask if they can help them against this raider problem, the sea raiders that are absolutely like taking over their colonies, taking over they're attacking their fleets and stuff like that. This is a coastal city called Kart Hadasht, and they are a very big maritime colony maker. And you've got sea raiders just come out of nowhere in swarms attacking them, and they wanted help with that. And now they're on an island to the north of the city, a huge island where two of the colonies are, and they are essentially scouting out these colonies that were captured, presumably by raiders because they lost contact, and they are going to be in combat scenarios with big groups of enemies. So they recruited NPCs because there were other situations going on in the world at the time, like refugees of a dragon country to the west that had something go on there, but they don't have time to go investigate that yet. But like refugees and
Do
whatnot.
the raiders have any pet water amounts?
Pet water mounts? No, the sea raiders. The sea raiders, they use small ships. This is let me confirm. Uh, this world so far that the players have experienced is a very classical world. There are galley ships with rowers. There are hoplites or hoplites with shield and spear. There's magic in this world for sure. They've not met any big magic characters NPC wise, other than one wizard that was like a court magister for the city state that they started in. And magic is around. All the characters are half magic or magical in nature. But the Sea Raiders, they came out of nowhere in the seaways, as I call them, these channels. It's think of it like the Mediterranean but longer, and more winding. The Sea Raiders are on small ships and come out of
So I
nowhere.
shouldn't expect the raiders coming out of the water ride and giant kraken.
No, nobody's experienced it just yet, although the party has not had access to their own ship. That was a huge contestment thing. Free like this this campaign, I should have said begin in the beginning. Of course, I'm live streaming, so it's hard to keep up. But this campaign is a sandbox, and a sandbox for me, and from what I've seen definitions of, is that the player choice drives the story, and it's not just railroading as they call when it's literally uh, you have like a set story and whatnot. These players are making decisions that are affecting the world. Compared to the railroad, which is you have objectives, like in a game, you have objectives that you have to accomplish, and that pushes the story forward. These players are doing stuff. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I've also got my phone open. I should. I thought it would be fun to have it. Um, and I do have filtering on my chat here, so sorry if your stuff gets hidden. Um, I understand what you mean, though. I'm not too worried, but this sandbox world, the players have
Who
the
needs a boat when you guys have an Apple? If I wanna see how text to speech, how does that?
who needs a boat when you guys have an Apple. I don't quite understand that one. I understood the other one, but yeah, you were talking about a kraken. The raiders don't ride animals. They are in small galley ships, not even ships. They're like the size of boats, like larger boats. They have crews of rowers, and part of the deal with the raiders is that they have, with this huge maritime dominion these players started in, at least this huge city capital that's a port city. They have a huge navy, and this navy has come into contact while policing the waters they essentially control as a monopoly in this area. So they have to protect the trade themselves and stuff like that. They have this huge navy, and at some point in time, these raiders attacked these naval vessels and started this war against this city state that is a maritime dominion. This city state has several colonies, two of which are on an island uh, to the north, and they lost contact with these colonies on this island. They have no contact at all. This island cuts up the seaways, as I call it, where you have a channel to the left and a channel to the right to pass by it, and the raiders have gotten them into a front line, as it were, in the waters. And because there's so many raiders that appear in on these raider ships, I should say, it's holding back this huge navy that this city state has, and that's already like a scale way bigger than I probably should have given the characters. But like I
A
wanted to
belief is what I meant.
aboleth. Oh God. Uh, Again, they don't ride any monsters. They're essentially humans. They are essentially humans that are seafaring and have been causing all sorts of like trouble in the waters to the northwest of this city state, while to the northeast you have city states that they still are able to trade with. So their supply lines have dwindled. That's one of the huge problems. Their supply lines from their colonies have stopped completely, which are to the north, and the only supplies they're getting in, food and other stuff, because this is a huge city
Shenanigans
state
in the
of
shoe.
trade. Yeah, shenanigans ensue. Um, these guys have limited trade, and they don't have enough infrastructure or farming or fishing now that the raiders are at sea to sustain their people. They have a they're a trade empire. They are a maritime trade empire, and they can't trade as much as they used to. So their people are starting to starve out, and it's been like this for a while. One day, the way the party came into being, one day, one of the naval vessels, while fighting off the raiders, was able to board them, or at least the remnants of the ship, after they slammed through them. Because again, these are galleys. They use ramming. They use bows. They use javelins and stuff like that to fight these guys. Usually they ram through enemy ships though. So like triremes and other hemolia, whatever you call them. Uh, they find the party on one of these ships, unconscious, seemingly under a spell of some sort. Uh, so they locked this party up underground underneath an arena that they had just made in recent years, to show off with their luxurious money that they got from being a trade empire. Their leader wanted to, rub elbows with important aristocrats and stuff like that, and be voted for and whatever. Essentially, think like Roman Colosseum stuff, but smaller in scale. So they have this underground facility underneath this arena that these guys are locked up in. They wake up from whatever was influencing them to be asleep, and this was the beginning of the session one. You wake up in a dark room, and the joke was everybody said more or less, "I have dark vision." So one that
He
obviously
wanted to
got
rub
me.
elbows with High.
Yeah, he wanted the leader that they meet after they get out of this underground facility and find themselves in the middle of an arena while people like are surrounding them on all sides, looking at them, including the leader. Um, he wanted to rub elbows with people, and that's kind of the backstory. This was a play to bring, obviously, diplomats and other higher end people and aristocrats and nobles and stuff like that from other places in the world, and showed them like blood sports and you know festivities and stuff like that in this arena, so they can get more influence. Because this guy. Okay, the way this works is the city state of Kart-Hadasht, or the maritime dominion capital of Kart-Hadasht, is a what is the term? It is a republic of sorts where they have two leaders, and they are called the Suffates or Suffites. Essentially, these two are judges who you have one of them being foreign uh, diplomatic and like foreign trade focused, while you have one of that is uh, domestic issue and homeland focus. So you've got the domestic suffate and you've got the foreign suffate. And these players, meet the foreign suffate first. And this guy is who was behind this whole building, this arena. So that aside, the players were found on a uh, raider ship after it was destroyed and the raiders were killed. They were brought back because they were helpless and they were different from the raiders. Very different. All these people are beast folk. We have a gemstone dragonborn, literally a diamond dragonborn. We have a mouse folk. We have a chameleon lizard folk. We have a kenku, which is a raven or crow, Japanese birdman. Um, we have we didn't have the tiefling yet. The tiefling is in the second session when he joins, but you had two other humans with them that were unconscious with them as well, like tied up with them. So there was a reason they were all tied up. And that was why they were curious, is because they were all unconscious. They were all unconscious under some effect of some spell or something in this raider ship, like they were loot, like they were prisoners. So they thought maybe these guys were captured. Maybe these guys were going to be thralls. Maybe they were warriors of these people. They had found out. Let's touch on the topic of thralls, because again, I'm talking about my campaign overall. Um, the raiders used thralls and thralls would be like slaves, but they are under the influence of something to make them thralls. Um, think like vampire cattle or vampire servants, where they have their influence over them through power or blood, depending on the lore, where they are completely under their spell. They are completely subservient to these
Like the
people.
enslavement spell out Shield Hero.
Yes, I love Shield Hero. Awesome anime. Definitely recommend. It is kind of trigger warning though. It's kind of it gets kind of bad with the stuff that this person's going through though. I'm not going to spoil too much, but I love that anime. Thank you for bringing it up. But these people are completely under the spell or whatever influence these raiders had, and they would pop up in these waterways that the maritime dominion of Kart Hadasht had a monopoly over. And they would be from different lands. It'd be humans from different lands, maybe a couple non-humans. I'm going to hide that for the sake that it's spoilers. I understand, though. But man, um, the uh, the Raiders had people under enthrallment, as I coined it, as I termed it, and the Navy that was fighting them knew about them beforehand because they had like people that weren't responsive
He's been
to
out for
them.
a year, probably more Shield Hero. Yeah, you are missing out.
Oh, I've seen it. Don't worry about that. I've seen it. I'm just saying for spoilers of everyone else in the chat. But the Navy came across people that were enthralled that were unable to do anything but do the task they were tasked in doing, such as rowing the ships. Um, so when they came across these people that were put aside on one of the ships in one of the storage rooms and not being rowers, they still were taking precautions, and they put them in this underground facility to test whether or not they were sentient enough to do something beyond just sit there, you know. So that was the big thing I was trying to push in the beginning of the campaign. That some people may have caught, some people may have no idea what I'm talking about, but the city state wanted to test whether or not these people were under a spell or under an influence that would make them just sit there and do nothing until they were told to do something else. They had free thought, they had independent thought where they could get themselves out of that underground facility through a puzzle and working together. So that proved that they were independent and whatever. And then because they were different, mainly because of their races, but they did see that some of them were warriors or had some spell-like abilities. Uh, they wanted to test their mettle in the arena right after the puzzle to prove that they were independent and sentient. So the plan was they were going to face several enemies, such as soldiers with hyena pets, dogs, and they were going to face them and whoever else. But it turns out that the paladin of the group didn't want to have anything to do with that and deliberately challenged the military leader that suggested that the city do that. So the paladin of the group called out to the leadership to stop playing games with them and just come fight him if he's really wanting to test his mettle. And through some checks, the leadership of the city told the mercenary leader, as it turns out, that he's going to go fight him directly instead of play these games. So it went into a duel. It went to a one-on-one duel that essentially became not a one-on-one duel because of the way I told everyone to take initiative. But I figured, me saying that, I offered them the choice to do combat with this one-on-one guy. Like, they could always opt in to do something. That's part of what it is, what it means to be a sandbox. But only being 2 sessions in at this point, because they escaped the end of the first session, they escaped the underground facility only to find themselves in an arena. That was a good cliffhanger. But in the second session, it was them dealing with what's going on in the arena. The players interjected into this one-on-one duel because they thought they had to, because I said roll initiative. But the point of me saying that was to mean that they were in the initiative order and they could choose not to do anything and watch this fight. But it didn't work out that way because a lot of these players were brand new to D&D, and they figured, hey, I'm in this too, I guess. So that's part of why I've got this series, because I want to talk about whenever I stop going on tangents about like my campaigns and whatnot. I'll get down to what happens in the game and why it happened that way because of something that I did as a DM. So that was one of the first things. That was one of the first things that happened because of something that I said. We had players thinking that they had to fight somebody because I said roll initiative. Because I did not go further into something, into a statement like that. I should have said, if you want to fight this guy, you can. I'm not stopping you from attacking this guy, even though it's a one-on-one battle, officially a duel between a paladin and a military leader, a presumably powerful guy. So what happened was this party of different people, including rogues and stuff like that got like sneak attack ins, just because of friendlies flanking an enemy, they get sneak attack. This turned into a very easy fight for them, but it did have some drama. It did have some dramatic moments because this guy was taking a beating and he was also dishing some too. But this guy, okay, part of what I was trying to diffuse this whole situation was that the enemy only attacked the guy that he was in a duel with. Like, he was determined to take on this guy and this guy alone. But again, part of the reason why it kind of fell apart was that the players, being new players, thought they had to fight because they were in the situation with them, and I said roll initiative. So again, that's the first real big mistake that I made. What happened was this Dragonborn, being a gemstone Dragonborn, does not have. Let's compare here. Dragonborns in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, they are based on big dragons and have breath weapons, fire breath or lightning breath or poison breath or whatever their color is. They're either chromatic or they're metallic. For the gemstone Dragonborn that Shamash, as his name was, Shamash the gemstone Dragonborn, he was a diamond gemstone Dragonborn because I thought it'd be awesome. Be like, hey, this guy has diamonds in his skin. They don't get breath weapons. Gemstone Dragonborns they have psionic or psychic abilities. Psionics is what it's called. They have psionic abilities, and in addition to that, because they don't have their breath weapon, they don't have their breath weapon to use in combat, but they do have the psionic stuff. They have because they're gemstone, they have harder natural skin because they have gems in it. It's like a +2 to their armor on their skin. Like they're able to take more damage. Not take more damage, but they're able to uh, deflect damage, or they're able to be too hard to do damage to. That's the thing. Um, he had psionic abilities, and he got into a grapple, which is where you grab somebody and you hold them to do something else afterwards. He grappled this leader.
Resist the elements better?
I would think so, yeah. I would think that they'd be able to last longer out in the elements with this natural hide that's got gemstones in it. That's good. I've never thought about that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Um, but yeah, like this guy is essentially a dragon man, a dragonborn, and he has dragon scale, like lizard dragon scales, however you want to describe it. Like that's the texture of his skin. But in addition to that, he also has gemstones that grow in his skin. And what part of the thing that they memed about, they joked about, was that
I've never played DD before, but I have all the books and enjoy talking to Dean, the trader's template for the WhatsApp group to play with GR.
well, I definitely recommend if you ever get the chance to do so, even online. There are great applications you can use, or honestly, if you've got Discord or anything like that, any way of just like talking to someone online through social messenger or whatever, you can usually work out a way you can play a tabletop game, or Dungeons and Dragons, or Pathfinder, or Starfinder, or Cyberpunk, or any one of those tabletops through social media, or or if you've got an area that has a game store, you could possibly, of course I don't know these days with the pandemic, um, usually you can find somebody that wants to play. Like there's always people that want to play even if they don't um, advertise. That's the thing. It's like you gotta put yourself out there if you're interested, and if you have time. That's the other huge thing, time. Um, Usually people will look into that.
No
Uh,
way in hell with any game store open nowadays.
yeah. Um, or okay, there's social media. There's like Discord or any other apps like that allow you to like voice chat or post in chats. There's uh Roll20, there's Fantasy Grounds, there's all sorts of different applications that are either free or you pay not too much to have a program that you can do that. Actually, I think now that I think about it, because I'm in a Pathfinder game on Roll20, I'm not advertising. This is just something I heard. I heard they're doing a beta for a mobile app for Roll20. That's what I hear. I haven't looked into it myself, and I'm not advertising. But if that's your thing, you can get on a phone app and possibly do that if they have it available. Other than that, like message boards. If you're part of a message board group online, if you have access to internet, uh, I mean, like computer, I mean, like if it's easier, or you can get on your phone, get message boards like play by post is what it's called, I believe. Somebody makes a post and then somebody makes a reply, and role play in it and stuff like that. There's things like that. D&D doesn't have to be, or tabletop games don't have to be all in table. They don't have to be in person. You can do it online. You can do it. You can call somebody and role play. That's a little more shady, but um, there's always somebody interested in doing stuff like that. And what you got to do is you got to put yourself out there. You got to ask around. You can be like, hey, do you guys play any games like this? Do you do anything like that? You just gotta. there's always somebody that wants to play. I'm gonna keep saying that. There's always people that want to play tabletop games. They want to role play. They want to play number games where they're fighting armies against each other. There's civilization builders, kingdom builders. I love that stuff myself. So again, I don't want to hammer it on too hard here, but like there's always somebody out there that wants to do something to do with it. Even if it's just like writing a story with somebody, that's still roughly what like a Dungeons and Dragons experience could be, or tabletop or Pathfinder or whatever. Um, yeah, where was I? The the party witnessed the paladin grapple this military leader by like grabbing him. If anyone's watched wrestling or whatever, or if anyone's had kids that run around too much, you got to grab them and tell them to calm down.
Finding a
So
game
whatever.
store open nowadays is like a level 1 wizard going against the Tarrasque.
See, that's what I hate, is that everybody focuses on the Tarrasque. Why would you put something like that in your game and expect the game to continue? It's like, okay, the things that I don't want in my game, at least anytime soon, I for sure don't want this second thing. The Tarrasque, that is literally a world ender / world eater. Why would you want that in your game, thinking that your game's going to survive after it's in it? Second, the second thing I'm probably not ever going to put into my game, the deck of many, or whatever it's called, whatever that artifact is. I may be misquoting it, but it's the deck of cards that you draw from, and some of the things just straight up kill you.
It's not supposed to be defeated in the normal sense.
It's not supposed to be like survivable either. That's the thing. But this, back to the cards, this deck of cards, where literally most of the things in that deck are the worst thing you could have happen to you.
The deck of many things I like to modifier.
Well, again, there's literally no point in having stuff like this in your campaign and expecting it to still be a good campaign. You could have a card where it just literally kills your player or your character. You could have a card that, when you have all sorts of artifacts and stuff like that you've gathered over time, you've loved this character, you've run them for years in whoever's campaign, and then you get a card that literally deletes everything you've ever had. You can have a card that makes your history, your connections to people just disappear. You don't exist anymore. You never did. There is no point in having a card, a deck of cards like that. There's summon demons. There's all sorts of stupid things like game-ending cards, and you guys want to play with this?
On your entire inventory.
Yeah, there's no point whatsoever in having a deck like that without you just outright saying, I don't like my campaign anymore, let's destroy it. Same thing for wild magic characters. There's a wild magic sorcerer, I believe, or whatever the class is, where literally all you do is cause hell for your players and your GM. You do nothing but kill other people, you kill anyone you care about. Why do you play that? That is one of my peeves. Tarrasque, deck of many things.
It could be good for like a one-shot, maybe 2 games, 3 games, maybe.
Yes, one-shots are great.
But wild magic can be funny.
That's true. That is the big thing about that. But if you're playing a game that you are invested in, especially a dungeon master or game master has been told that, you know, you're interested in continuing, and then you pull that, like, if the dungeon master cares about his game, which believe me, I do for mine, he will not put 2 of those things in it. A Tarrasque could be a very cool, like, end game boss. End game. Not second level. Not anything to do with, like, oh, they have access to this. This is an end game encounter because that is what he is. It is literally a world ender. It's like having the Juggernaut. He'll destroy everything, and he can't be stopped. The other 2 things are straight off the bat like, oh hey, you have access to this deck of many things. Do you want
Maybe
to use
while
it?
budget could be a curse which you have to lift, the curse of lost 3 games may.
See that, yeah, like mechanically, stuff like that is cool to think about, like in terms of like what your objectives are while playing it, and like you've got to be very clear with your dungeon master and your other players about what you want to do with this thing. If you're being serious and playing in a serious game with a character like that with wild magic, I'm sure you could come up with any reason that would sound like that's really good, like compelling gameplay and acting. In the meantime, you're still playing a character that 9 times out of 10 is going to cause nothing but trouble and or get himself or his player, like his other allies, killed by doing stuff like that. But I can understand how you could argue that. Now, for the DM, that is absolute hell to deal with. Absolute. Even more so, the DM, once he puts a deck of many things into his campaign, what's the point of having your campaign? One shots, sure. One shot games where you just play a couple sessions or one session, I understand. It's for fun. Let's see what happens. If you put it into a game that you've invested time playing,
I
invested
would like
time
to
story
see you
building.
again not taken seriously where everyone is this uses wild magic. That will be hilarious.
Oh yeah. Uh, One of the things that I laugh about in an online role play, not an online role play, but a video that I've watched before. I'm not gonna share it because there's some like pretty bad stuff in it. But uh, a a D 20,000 effect, so 20, excuse me, 20,000 effect dice roll game that I really enjoyed, and my players and I, who are my coworkers as well, would joke about. Um, is where a campaign around is set around a 20,000 effect table that you roll on, and depending on that roll, that happens in the game. That's funny. What happens is anything. And it's already a game that you expect that crazy stuff's going to happen. Games like that, if it's set up initially with the understanding that that's how this game is going to run, that is awesome. Games where you're serious about like continuing a world and like seeing where it goes with investment and role play and like resources of you actually spending time writing scenarios based on what the players have done, that is not the best place for that. And I will never do that in my campaign unless it gets to a point where I'm confident the players can handle scenarios like that. That is best set for like one-off sessions. It's best set for special sessions. Like themed sessions you could have. Like one of my favorite. And we're back. Sorry about that. I got a little fidgety, and I undid my. Got a little fidgety, and I undid my microphone. Sorry about that. Um, like I was saying, one of my favorite themes for a session is evil campaign. Now that could be anything. Like you play like villains, you could play like barbarians that go and attack places, which you could also theme as a Viking invasion campaign where you go and like raid people and stuff like that. Um, you could play the uh, sneaky
Evil
assassins.
campaign I love.
Yeah, evil campaigns are cool, and like they don't have to be throwaway campaigns either. They could be legitimate campaigns. Like I would be extremely up to like I would be extremely interested in doing something like that if everyone did that. And I kind of have that going on in my campaign right now. I have players that say that their characters are neutral good or neutral or whatever, and they've got like players in evil factions and stuff like that. Some of the players that are brand new players, never played before playing my campaign, that made their rogues and stuff like that. They
I know.
act like they act like they set up their characters to be these I'll do what needs to be done, but I tend towards the good. But they still are in like they're still part of evil organizations. Like I don't want to say extremely evil organizations, but they're part of organizations that are evil. Like they are aligned. Their alignment is evil organization. But like I would be okay with doing like an intrigue, spies, assassins. You could be the raiders. Like I told my players, because I talked about the Sea Raiders. I've talked about the Sea Raiders already. I told my players they can do anything. They don't have to help this city with this. They could even join the raiders if they wanted to. Maybe they trick the city into thinking that they're on their side, and then they go and join the raiders. When they get in contact with them. Maybe they
I would like to do a campaign where you guys are literally overlord the world. That seems fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Like military campaigns. Like if you like military like units marching across fields under your control and stuff like that. Not only is that just cool role playing stuff, but there are mechanics that you can get that use that are available to you. Like for example, I bought MCDM Productions Strongholds and Followers, and they're going to pretty soon this year actually, because it's the new year of 2021. Happy New Year, guys. They're coming out with a follow-up book. Okay, the first book is called Strongholds and Followers, and you can make stronghold like castles, bases, wizard towers, and stuff like that. And you having that draws attention to you, and you get followers and retainers and stuff like that. And there's also army units that you can get, and there's army tactics and like rules, like army unit cards and stuff like that you can use in battles. And you can have like army battles and stuff like that, and army sieges and things like that. And that's great about this book. They're having a follow-up book called Kingdoms in Warfare that's going to expand on you running kingdoms and the warfare rules and stuff like that.
Have
They're
you
adding
seen
more.
overall the anime? Imagine trying to make a dungeon in Dundee.
Oh, you want to make a dungeon in Dundee where I was born there, by the way. I love the idea of like
Sorry,
view
D&D.
settings. Yeah, Dundee. Funny enough, that's where I was born, Scotland, Dundee. Of course, I'm not officially a Scot, unfortunately. Don't mind me, I'm just crying. Uh, like you making a dungeon. Here's another recommendation. There's a game called Evil Genius, I believe,
How
where
do
you
you sing
make.
the anime Overlord?
How do you sing the anime Overlord? Have I seen it? Yes, Overlord is one of my favorite animes. You are an evil overlord. You have your minions. You have your servants. You have a dungeon palace that adventurers try to get into. The thing about him is that he's an undead overlord. He's an undead overlord that's underground in his dungeon. And you have adventurers going in, because that's the fantasy trope. You have adventurers going into tombs, tomb raiding, to find treasure, to kill enemies, like to kill undead and to kill whatever boss is down there. And they keep trying to go down there and kill them, but all of the overlords, uh, Eins Algun, uh, Algaun, whatever his name is, uh, his servants kill off these adventurers because they dare try to invade their palace and whatever, and they're all about complete loyalty to this. I would love a campaign like that where you play an overlord. I would love to play an overlord campaign as an overlord, while you have like all sorts of like servants and armies and stuff like that. He has undead armies. He has monsters. He has all sorts of stuff. You build your dungeon, whatever, in a campaign like that. You could have a really cool campaign based on mechanics like that. Right now, that is not my
I believe the
focus,
quote was
unfortunately.
dragging their feet over the carpet. That's what they got pissed off about.
I mean, that's one way to say it. Yeah, drag like fouling up, because that's the other thing about Overlord. I don't want to go too far into Overlord, but the idea was that this anime is a player of a video game, like an MMO, like World of Warcraft or whatever. He played an undead race character that became an evil overlord in the game he was playing. And this is an isekai, which means you're sent to another world because something happened. Usually an isekai means you died and you go to another world to live a new life, like reincarnation, but like fantasy. This is the game that this guy was playing, this MMO, this massive multiplayer online game that these people played in. He was this big overlord in a guild that controlled this dungeon, this palace dungeon, and every one of the members of this were in a pact together to make only non-human characters, monstrous characters, undead characters. And the deal within the game was all these human adventurers were tomb raiding this place because it's full of monsters and undead. And we're trying to see how far they could get into that and see if they can kill the boss. They always wiped the floor with these human adventurers. Like their undead armies, their monstrous servants and retainers, they would kill them off as soon as they tried to set foot in their dungeons. In D&D, I'll continue this here in a second. Overlord, his world, the game was shut down.
Ray Zero anyone.
Yeah, the game he was playing. He was online when the server was finally being shut down, and after the timer went up for the server shutting down for the final time, he was still in it, and he apparently became the character he was playing. This human player became this undead skeleton overlord. And that's essentially the theme. You become the villain, and you actually follow through with what your retainers and your minions and whatever do for you, and they're massively loyal. I would love a campaign like that, where somebody wants to play a stronghold ruler or whatever, or a kingdom ruler, and I would definitely go into like the kingdom army, defenses, intrigue, and stuff like that. That would be a great game. But yeah, there's a lot of inspirations you can take from shows. Like we've talked a lot about that now. Like Overlord, I mean, you're mentioning like Shield Hero, ReZero. That's a lot of animes. There's a lot of great fantasy animes. Some of them are not appropriate to watch overall for like other than your kicks, but there are some really good ones out there. Like Konosuba is a great one.
You send your minions out to gather wood, stone, and meat.
Yeah, to gather stone and meat. Playing an Age of Empires game where you just got a little settler going to collect wood or going to mine something or whatever, like resource gatherers, like it's a real-time strategy game and stuff like that. Games are great for referencing like gameplay wise, like mixing gameplay mechanics you'd play in a video game compared to a tabletop game. That's fun. That's fun too. If you want to do stuff like that in your campaign, go for it.
Favorite character, Megan, Mean, Darkness, or Aqua?
Oh my God, you asked the question. Uh, so you're asking for the Konosuba anime, what my favorite character is between Megumin, Aqua, or Darkness. And I gotta say Megumin every time, but you gotta put it up for the Wizard. The Wizard's great too. But like overall, I like all the characters. Like obviously, I want to be Kazuma Des. This is not. I want to say this isn't me splurging
Any
on
of the
animes.
characters doesn't matter.
I don't want to say this is an anime splurging stream, but like you can take great inspirations from animes, video games, movies, like historical movies and stuff like that. I'm big on history stuff. And like I mentioned before, not everybody probably caught it. Like my world is set in a very classical setting, or antiquity as it's also called. You've got I don't want to say they're available, but like obviously you've got Greek influences and stuff like that in my campaign.
My one is the lich but runs the shop.
Yeah, I think she's called Wiz though. Like her nickname is Wiz, Wizard. But like I take a lot of influence from like strategy games that are set in like Rome, like the Total War games. I take a lot of influence from history books. I take a lot of like I watch documentaries on like things like that. I try to use some realistic like historical stuff, like what they wore and stuff like that for some of my settings. Again, the city they started in was Kart Hadash, and I'm gonna be honest, the people probably put it together or whatnot. That's Carthage. That's heavily based on Carthage, but it's a fantasy game. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy like maritime empire, and like I thought it would be pretty
Just
apparent
read
for some
Journey to the
things.
West and take any character out of it and it will work in any story.
That's a pretty good one too. Yeah. Um, there's a lot of influences. You can read Tolkien. You can read Game of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire. You can read anything, fantasy book or historical or heck, you can even take like modern stuff and use your D&D modern rule set, and you can play anything in Dungeons and Dragons rule set if you like that rule set. Again, I told you I am also playing a Pathfinder game. I'm also playing a Starfinder game. I'm also playing a Delta Green game. I'm also playing a free, like a kind of a free form GURPS game. Uh, I don't have. I'm not playing these all the time. It's usually like we're going every month, like every other month, doing something. But you can use any system that you want to put in your game if you spend the time figuring out how it works. And again, I was kind of going on the tangent with the Strongholds and Followers, which is not an official D&D product, but it is a supplementary product from a third party called MCDM Productions, Matt Koval DM Productions. Uh, they're coming out with a Kingdoms and Warfare follow up book this year, hopefully soon, because I am so excited. Where you get to have more kingdom management. You're going to have more warfare stuff. If you like the army stuff that we were talking about before, you're going to be able to have better army rule sets because they're updating their rules that they touched on in the Strongholds and Followers book. But yeah, like if you want to do the dungeon builder where you're just fighting off enemies that are if that you could play a game where you're just a guy in an underground dungeon as a lich or an enemy or whatever, and they keep invading your dungeon, and it becomes a tower defense. That's the term, tower defense, which is a very popular games you know genre. You just you stay stationary, and you set up defenses, and you see how your defenses fare, and maybe as they're being defended you loot from the enemies that are killed and use that as money to do whatever. Wave defense, that's the other one. Wave defense would be probably be more appropriate. You wait until the end of your enemies going through your dungeon, and you finish off the enemies if you're able to, and if you succeed you loot what they drop and you use those resources to build up your defenses more. Stuff like that is cool for D&D. If you just want to do a role play of people attacking you all the time because you're trying to do stuff that they don't want you to do, or they just want your stuff. Um, there's a lot of different ways you can play a tabletop game like that. But yeah. So way off topic. Let's get back to what the players were doing in those first sessions. The paladin grappled in his duel that the other players apparently joined in on, grappled this mercenary leader in the arena when they were facing down each other. He grappled him by he grabbed him, made him not able to move with his attacks. Like he kept him from using his spear and shield. And because the paladin was a gemstone dragonborn and had psionic or psychic powers, psionics, he was able to use an ability where he more or less mind flays, as it's termed. He uses psionic powers to blast this guy in the eyes with psionic powers, and it goes to his brain. And this guy this knocks this guy out, and he wins the duel essentially with the help of the others. Um, Later on, it turns out this guy is under a psionic influence, and he's bedridden. He's got glowing purple eyes now because of that. The players find out that this was something that could not be healed normally, and could only be altered with other psionic powers. And eventually, later in the sessions, once they've gone through some politicking and time spent in the city, uh, one of the other players has a psionic spell that affects people's minds or whatever, and they knock this guy out of it by using that on him, by bolstering his health and stuff like that first with spells, and then using the psionic spell on them, which damages their mind, but they bolstered it, like his health, more with like temporary health points and stuff like that from certain abilities. They knock him out of it. Um, the players at this point and like later on, they start piecing together that through like them hearing about one of the players has visions from his god because he's a celestial warlock. He is a warlock to a god, Shannare, a goddess of fortune, goddess of trade, goddess of free travel and stuff like that. Um, she sends him visions like he's a seer about an artifact that they need uh, on an island to the north, and it's one piece of an artifact that they need to grab, because this artifact is a weapon that can be used against, I mentioned before, there were refugees from the dragon country to the west that the city had no contact with because they didn't know it was there. Refugees came in, and apparently there's some force that came through a portal that more or less was wiping out the draconic dragonborn civilization. Um, this artifact that will be pieced together, that the warlock is told about from his goddess through dream, is a weapon to be used against whatever that force is that's in the west, that the players didn't know about beforehand, that the characters didn't know. On that note, the guy that they had they had knocked out with psionic powers, the leader, he had a dream while he was under the influence of those psionic powers of that island, where there were people in different clothings and stuff like that, speaking different languages, enthralled. Just like how they had mentioned uh, the raiders had thralls. The raiders presumably had influence over these people, but like he had a dream that there were thralls on this island chanting in different languages, more or less dragon, and they had purple eyes just as he did when he was blasted by the psionic power and put under, I guess you could say, enthrallment, but he couldn't do anything. Um, and the players started piecing this stuff together. Um, so that island is a large island that more or less cuts the seaways, as it's called, uh, in half, and that's where two colonies from Kart Hadasht, the Dominion, have two colonies on that island on the northern side of it, um, that they fell out of contact with. That's also where the battle line is crossed with the Sea Raider fleets, because these Sea Raiders keep attacking the Navy, which is the monopoly over the sea. They have this the city has a huge navy that's very prestigious. That's their best military force, and the Raiders keep attacking their fleets off and on. So they have battle lines. That's how bad it is. They have lines of like conflict, like a zone where you're gonna get attacked by Raiders if you're in that area. And that line crosses over the northern half of this island because that's where their colonies are, and they've lost contact. So they presume the colonies were taken over, if not killed, by the Raiders. In addition to that, the warlock that had these dreams of the artifact wants to go to that island to see if he can get that artifact wherever. In addition, the city wants their colonies back, so they're going to be they were going to launch an operation to land on the island, which was not occupied other than in the north, and then see if they can either retake their colonies back, or assess that the colonies are done for, and then go face the Raiders. But the Raiders are so heavily attacking their navies that they would need escorts. So this huge diplomatic plan gets pushed forward. There's a lot of debate amongst the players and stuff like that. They decide to help out the city with this problem, especially since one of the players, the Tiefling, shows up in episode 2 for the first time, session 2. He is a member of the city citizenry, so he has a big role to play in like him wanting to help his city that it was his home. Uh, they decide to help the city retake, if not fight the Raiders, because why not? You know, you're already this connected to these Raiders, and you've proven that you're not thralls. But the party takes two. I give the party. I asked the party how long they think they need to get sorted out before they would wish to leave the city, and they more or less ask if they can take 2 weeks to do stuff with their contacts and whatever, because some of them are rogues and they have like a secret rogue organization or whatever. Some of them are concerned about their family and or their people they were charged under before they were captured. They want to check in with their family, their friends, whoever their leaders are, through whatever means, because some of them are connected to people in like spiritual ways, or the Mouse Folk is from the Feywild, which is a whole big can of worms on its own. He has a Fey Lord as his leader, his like one of his masters, the big boss. He is charged as like a servant of this Fey Lord, but he is also looking for someone that was who he was charged to. Like this, okay, he's a servant of a king. Think of it this way: he's a servant of a king, and this king has a subject that he has put this mouse folk on as a servant. If that's a good way of thinking about it. So, like, and this person, this subject that he's told to follow and whatnot, is missing. So there's a lot of stuff going on. There's people wanting to talk to family, see if their loved ones are there. There's people that just want to spend the time training. People that want to make sure their sword arm or their equipment are all checked out. There was 2 weeks of prep. It's a downtime of 2 weeks. They have this time to do stuff, and I tell them you can do anything. Just tell me what you want to do, what you want to prepare for, if you want to do this at all. If you don't want to do anything, we can say that you just take the time and relax until the time goes by, or you can train. Or if you don't want to have anything to do with this at all, you could speak up and just leave, or you can sneak away or whatever. Nobody wanted to do that because again, this is them being unsure of what they want to do in this scenario. I'm giving them a sandbox. The way my campaign goes is the player choice drives the story. The player choice drives the story. I don't have huge like plans to like pull like fast ones on them or anything. The player choice is driving the story depending on how they react to stuff. And they could choose to be evil. They can choose to be neutral people that don't want to do anything. They could be the good, holy, like supporters of like a city state and the people that live there, or they can just be total dicks and like every other night go stab someone in the street and then walk away. You know, they could do anything they want to do. They could join the Raiders. They can burn the city down. They can leave the city entirely and just say screw this entire area and everything it has to do with it, and then just forget about what's going on. The world in this area could end for all they care. Like they could do anything, but they chose to stick around. They want to help these people because they feel that's what their character would do. But they always have the choice, and I always want to tell them every time I talk to them about a scenario, their choice is theirs and theirs alone. Whether or not mechanically they can do something with like abilities and stuff like that, that's where I come in. If they want to roll like a persuasion check, or if they want to intimidate someone, I'll say, roll me an intimidate check. And if they say, but I don't want to roll an intimidate check, then I'll say, then don't intimidate them if you don't want to roll a check. You know, mechanically, I'm there for them to like, I'm there to rag on them about mechanics because that's what it is. It's a game with mechanics. We're playing a game system of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. 5th edition D&D and 5e. If they don't like the way some mechanics work, we can talk about it. If there's anything that they want me to bend the rules on, we can talk about it in the moment. But overall, I'm there to run the game. I'm also there to tell them what happens once they do something. And whether it's good or bad or neutral or anything, you know, that's the way the story rolls. If the players want to kill each other, that's also on them. They could look at each other and say, "I don't like those shoes you're wearing," and then they fireball them. You know, stupid stuff like that. Just there's a lot going on with possibilities. This is a numbers game with imagination. If you can think it and you can tell me you want to do something, I'll tell you how you have to do it in terms of like mechanics, but like everything else is up to you. If you want to flavor stuff, or if you want to leave it to me to describe like how stuff happens, like, hey, I don't feel like describing how my attacks go, can you do that for me? And then I'll be like, okay, you swing your sword and you miss this guy, so maybe you swing your sword down and like you catch the bottom of like the bottom of your foot because you rolled a 1 or something like that. Something stupid. Like you slip in the mud, you fall over, you try to climb a wall, which is what my players did. You try to climb a wall and you failed your check to hold your grip, so you fall back, you land on your back on the ground, not too far from where you're at, maybe 5 foot up in the air, and it hurts. I roll a d4 and you take 2 damage. 2 damage, and you regret not grabbing those ropes and climbing boots that you saw earlier. You know, things like that. It's flavorful, but it's also mechanically, mechanically there. So the players, uh, the players are in a situation now. They took 2 weeks to prepare to go to this island, to possibly retake the settlements, the two that are there. And the other thing about this is that this city state is so heavily funding its navy that it doesn't have a great army. So, one thing they do is they have a league of mercenaries that more or less lives on its back door porch, right on the outskirts of town. A mercenary league has started building a miniature city alongside the actual city, and army like this mercenary league has like housing and has accommodations like bathhouses and shrines and stuff like that to these foreign mercenaries gods. And part of that reason is because so much trade goes through the city. It's a maritime trade dominion. All sorts of foreigners and foreign ideas and soldiers and stuff like that showed up, and they decided to get in contact with this mercenary league that's from the city states. And the city states along the seaways are to the east. The city states, essentially, you could see them as like the Greek city states in terms of like the way the culture works. And that's why a lot of the people you see in Kart-Hadasht mercenary league area are like Greek flavored, ancient Greek, I should say. So you got like hoplites or hoplites, however you want to say it, hoplites, large shield users with spears. You got like Xiphos and other types of swords, really cool looking swords. You got the helmets with the horsehair crests that you see on like Spartans and stuff like that in movies. You've got all sorts of very cool like ranged units like slingers that sling stones with these leather straps, and they can take down a man with one shot. You've got people throwing javelins and stuff like that, and running off. Skirmishers, and there's a lot of that going on. You've got some barbaric mercenaries that walk around with very little on, but they have like huge curved swords that could lop a man's arm off if they catch him. Of course, they might with that speed bonus from not wearing heavy armor. And that's part of the charm of the mercenary league, is you don't know what to expect from some of these units, because some of them are from parts of the world that you've may have not seen before. But the deal with this is that you've got this mercenary league that is very, at least baseline, maybe Greek themed, and they are specifically contracted to the city-state of Kart-Hadasht to work with solely Kart-Hadasht. So these guys are collecting like ex-soldiers. They're called the League of Green. They're called the League of Green, and they have ex-soldiers. They have warriors that want to earn coin while fighting in wars that their hometown doesn't supply. It depends on what you're going for. You're going for glory, you're going for money, like maybe you just want to fight. That's the great place to be, is in the League of Green. And they all wear green cloaks over their armor with some like golden accents, so it's very opulent looking, and it's very prestigious when you see the green cloaks out in the battlefield. The city-state of Kart-Hadasht has made a contract with them, so they have the sole. They are the sole contractor of this league, and that's why they have this little mini city built beside their city. They're allowing them to be there because they're contracted to work for them as their army unit, and that's the point I was trying to make. Their army unit, the cities, is piddly. It's nothing more than a half-assed National Guard. And you've got more factions trying to vie for power within the city that are using their own personal armies compared to an actual standing army that the city should have, that are the citizens. That, there's these conflicts of interest. You've got the Navy, which is the most prestigious and funded uh, military force in Karthadash. You've got the citizen army. Okay, you got the citizen navy, which is what I just talked about. You got the citizen army, which is very very half-assed National Guard whenever they're mobilized, but like they have very little numbers compared to like the mercenaries. You got the mercenaries, which are a third party to the city. They're not citizens. They are literally just mercs that set up shop in between the city and the merchant district, which is along the coast. Uh, they actually opened up one of the walls for the mercenaries to build within it. So it's technically in the city, but it's also technically not in the city. It's its own district. Districts is how I did this initially. So you got the mercenaries, which are way more numerous than the citizen army. You've got the Sacred Band of Baal, which is more or less a wholly private army for the temple, the temple mount of Baal Haman, which is the king god pretty much of Karthadash. They're more or less like paladins. That they're like aristocratic, like spearmen and pikemen that uh, guard this temple. But over the years, the influence of the sacred band and the aristocrats, the aristocratic class that solely wish to have their sons and sometimes daughters be in the forces because it's prestigious and it's religious. Their influence has spread into the city itself and left the temple district. So you see a lot of heavily armored like pikemen and spearmen that are wearing the sacred band armor, where town guards are supposed to be, town army guards. So like it's kind of like an usurpation of like roles. You've got the citizens that are supposed to be the ones that want to guard their city, but now you've got these temple paladin aristocratic knights almost uh, taking over these positions kind of silently, to be honest. And there's a lot of like aspects of factional militarism and stuff like that, like competition. But the big deal is that I started this off was the Navy is what's the most funded. The aristocratic, the aristocrats of the city fund the temple army, the private army. The citizen army is barely anything at all, and they focus on the mercenaries when they go to war at land, like in land scenarios, land conflict. They use the mercenaries. The mercenaries are a third party. They're not officially the cities, but they're contracted to the city, so they have the desire to work for the city and go to war and whatever. But they're still not going to be in the end loyal to the city if it comes down to like that call needs to be made. It also, because they're not citizens, the individual mercs and whatever, they're not going to act in the best interest of the city. They're just going to get paid for working for the city, but it doesn't matter how they choose to do things as long as they do the objective. So the party spent 2 weeks preparing to go over to this island with mercenaries and one large grouping of citizen army units that were deployed. And that's because they spent time, at least one player spent time gathering, or I shouldn't say that, I'm sorry. The players, before the downtime of 2 weeks, decided to, although some begrudgingly because they don't like the idea of having a leader because they're a rogue, worked together within reasoning to talk diplomatically. And that's what took so many sessions, was talking to each of the factions of military to try to get them to meet together with the leadership of the city, which again are the two suffates, the two judges, the foreign and domestic, to make a plan to go to the island and retake the colonies. If not take the colonies, try to save who they can, and then obviously while they're up there, take the fight to the raiders, because the raiders are cutting off supply lines to this huge city, this metropolis almost, and like that's food from the colonies. That's why the colonies exist. There's food, there's natural resources and stuff like that they gained from having those colonies out there, sent to this huge networked city that more or less thrives on trade, bringing in the most food that it has, because of their situation. They trade for their food instead of growing most of it. They don't have as much resources available to them because of the region. So the only place that they can trade with are the city states, but the city states are currently at war. There's a huge war going on in the city states. So a lot of the trade has dwindled down to nothing. So you've got the raiders to the north and northwest cutting off supplies from two colonies because they're constantly raiding them and attacking the navy. And then you've got to the east, northeast, the only supply line that's coming in, bringing in like food now, outside of whatever they can scrape up at home, being stopped and hindered, if not slowed. I should just say slowed by the city states in a large war amongst themselves. So you've got a lot going on there, and it's pretty much spelling out the death of this city state if they don't do something. And right now, their personal war is against the raiders, so that's what they're focusing on. Once they deal with the raiders, the city state plans to see what they can do to help the city states, or Karhadash. Once they deal with the raiders, they want to see what they can do to mediate the city state wars. So they get together to plan out a course of action, and more or less an invasion of the island that may or may not be occupied. They just know they've lost contact, and they're going to land on the island and build a new outpost on the southern tip of it, because that is the closest to the city. But the ideal is, when you're expanding, at least the way they did it, when they expanded new colonies, they put it on the northern edges of the island, because that was farther away and they would have more natural resources up there, compared to building a city that's right beside another city just across the water, where it wouldn't be much as productive as it should be, because they're already using those assets. Like the water around them is already fished by the capital, and the lands weren't as good to do any of those acts. So if anything, now they are going to land on the southern tip of the island, which is the closest to the city, and set up an outpost to make a new pier, a new dockyard and whatever, to ferry in supplies and troops onto the island, and march those troops to the north. Once they figure out if it's even worth doing it, once they've done a scouting mission, march troops to the north, possibly face off with the raiders, and take back their cities. Because these raiders aren't heavily armored. These raiders are like tribals. They wear barely anything at all. But there's so many of them, and they're so like, what's a good term? It's not like they go berserk. It's just they're so fanatical in like the way they fight, that it overwhelms these people that don't normally fight with troops at sea. They've got people that wear light armor, if anything, and are more focused on using their boats than attacking on the boats, other boats. They just ram through their enemies, and it's done. So these mercenaries that they're going to use, they plan on taking a unit of citizen army. Once they've been mobilized, once they've been gathered from their homes and their farms and wherever they're from, they're going to take the citizen navy and use them as an escort, even though they think it's a waste of time. They'd rather be fighting the raiders at sea than escorting, like actively going against the raiders at sea than sitting around and escorting, you know, mercenaries, which aren't even part of the city. And they're also taking mercenaries to use as the main land force. So the idea was make up this outpost, like start the like land on the island, break down your ships, use the ships as materials to build an outpost wall, and then another wave of troops and supplies would come in the next day or so and start to build this outpost and build up piers so they can receive in a better fashion materials and men and stuff like that, and then go march north, retake the cities. There's two cities, and those cities are Matya and Drapana. Uh, but yeah, like they want to use the mercs as their land force that actually fights the enemy because they're paid to do so, be their land army. While the citizen army, because at that point the outpost is an actual settlement that is within the realm of like what their duty is. So they're going to leave the citizen army unit, which is mainly hoplites and like ranged units, to defend this outpost because it's part of their empire's land now. Defend the people that live and work there and will work there, will live there. So they're going to march forward with mercenaries and the party. The party decided they want to go along with this plan because they thought it would be the best thing they could do because the raiders are everyone's problem, at least what they've been told. The only thing they know at the moment is that they were captured by the raiders and they don't know what the raiders intended to do with them. They know that the Dragonborns are refugees from the dragon country to the west, and that they want to help them with their issues and try to get their life back together. But in the meantime, if the Dragonborns are willing to help, like supplying heroic Dragonborn NPCs to aid them, they want to take care of the raiders and then go possibly help the Dragonborns either retake their place or get them settled somewhere else. And again, the raiders have been stated to be everybody's problem. So they're gonna do that. They landed on the island in the last two sessions, and they set up the beginnings of an outpost. Once they landed, the ships were dismantled to use wood and materials and canvas from the sails to make tents and stuff like that. So they've got a tent city and a improvised wooden wall compound made from ships. They've got a citizen army unit that's going to guard the outpost, and they've got two mercenary skirmisher units with them. So that's like javelin throwers and rock slingers, along with the actual leader of the mercenary league, with them giving orders and staying at the outpost. The idea and the plan, because I didn't get fully into that, was to scout out what the situation was to the north with the first settlement of Matya, see if the raiders are actually using that and garrisoning that place, see what happened to the people there, and if it's even worth doing anything at all. Their mission that they chose to accept was to go scout it out and report their findings. Right now, once they did that, once they landed, and on the first evening after the landing, they were getting the place set up. One of the characters has a bird companion that he uses to scout around, and the bird reports back. And the other character is a mouse folk, which is literally the size of a mouse, the way he described it, compared to like what a mouse folk would have been in the homebrew race, like a small creature like a gnome or a halfling. He rides the bird. He says he's gonna go riding the bird, and more or less on his own goes to scout around like some of the tiles on the map around where the outpost was, and he spots a raider patrol going along the coast normally because they occupy presumably that part of the island. He returns back, reports it in, and in this evening going on nighttime scenario, the party starts freaking out because this raider group is heading towards where their outpost is, and they don't want to get spotted before they're even ready. Now, let me jump back into what the plan was. The Navy has three flotillas or three fleets under three admirals, at least at the time that they were speaking. One was the head admiral, or at least the admiral that the others defer to as the head, and two other admirals that they had their big meeting with. Each one of those admirals has their own fleet, or at least battle group, I should say, and their job was to escort the mercenaries and the citizen army and the party as they crossed over. Now, in order to do this, the party opted for them to use private citizen merchant ships to cross over. That way, the Navy could free up more boats to actually go take on the raiders. So, what this plan became was the citizen Navy escort private merchant ships full of mercenaries and the citizen army and the party as they cross over this channel more or less to the island to the north. The Navy splits off once they hit a certain point on the map in the water in two directions. And again, this island splits the seaways, as it's called, in two sides. There's a left and the right. Two of the fleet groups, which is the more contested area with raiders, like the most heavily fought because it's closer to the city, head to the west side, while the third group with the third admiral goes to the eastern side, which is the less contested because that's beside the city states, and the city states are defending their own part of that area too. So they split off at a certain point when they're crossing, while these merchant ships go to land on the shoreline of the southern part of this island. And once they get there, these private merchants, these sailors, these mercenaries, these citizen army, and the party break down the ships. That way they can use the materials within the ships and the ships themselves as fortifications. They use all aspects of that to make as much defensive capability as possible while they wait for another wave of supplies. And obviously they have to give word to the city how it looks after they scout. So they were going to scout out the situation, report back to the city as best they can, possibly through magical means, because the party have things called diplomat bags, diplomat pouch, where they can send a letter through that to a recipient that they know of that has one, and they get an instant reply back in the bag. Things like that. Very game breaking stuff, but like it was really cool, and I got it from MCDM Productions as well, because of his campaign that he runs on YouTube, using that stuff. So I thought that'd be really cool to have for intrigue and political stuff. Anyway, there's a patrol coming down the western coastline towards this southern outpost that's beginning to be made. They're far enough away where they wouldn't have seen the outpost yet, but the party's freaking out because they think they're going to get spotted before they're ready to do the operation the next morning. The operation to go on a scouting mission would be the next morning. The party decides in the dark of night to go on an ambush mission against this patrol. And while it is nighttime and they want to ambush, they're not going to use lights. They're not going to use anything. They decide to gather all the players and NPCs that their party essentially has become, that have dark vision. Dark vision allowing them to see in the nighttime, as long as they have just the natural light of possibly like the moon or whatever. Think of it nocturnal vision. So they have to have a little bit of light, like off of natural sources, but like they don't need light sources that they carry or anything. So they gather everyone that has dark vision, which leaves a couple player characters and NPCs behind, and they go out into the dark outside of this outpost that has just begun to start its life, and it may end if they fail. Um, and they go ambush these raiders. This is the first time they've faced raiders and met raiders since they were told that they were found amongst them, which they don't remember. These raiders are human, and they wear very little, like skirts and like a couple like a thing of cloth armor, and they use short swords and whatever, and they're kind of uh, like like they fight like tribal warriors. And what they tried to do, what the party tries to do, is ambush them with a flanking ambush, while one person, specifically Babel the Tiefling, who more or less formulated this entire plan, he wants to get their attention with a torch and wave at them from afar. And he does so. He gets their attention with a torch, waves at them from afar, and calls out to them. They notice him and they start moving towards him at a kind of a bounding pace, like because for whatever reason, maybe they just wanted to go like see what he's doing there. Maybe they wanted to wish him harm or whatever. One of the other players, the plan was the party is kind of like in a V formation, with Babel in the middle of that V, on the interior of the V, compared to the rest of the party, which had Dragonborn NPCs. So there was 5 Dragonborns. There was Bam the Mouse Folk. There was Janster the Halfling, and 3 mercenary half elves because they have dark vision. So that's a pretty big party, but they wanted to ambush this 7 count patrol, the 7 raider patrol. They wanted to make sure they could take him out, so they brought all those people with them. The others laid in wait in this V formation and otherwise in this formation where they can easily flank them and encircle them once they've taken the bait and approached Babel. Doesn't work out that way though, because Janster, the halfling paladin sorcerer, Esquire, uh, goes out of his way to sneak up alongside these guys and tries to cast the spell of sleep, because he's a spellcaster and he has this spell. He tries to cast sleep on one of the raiders, and his spell fails. The way it works is that he does a check with his modifiers or whatever to see how much HP he needs to be able to affect them with sleep. So the way it works is you get an amount of HP, and if you hit a certain amount of numbers, the enemy has to uh, have less than that HP, or roughly that amount, and it puts them to sleep. If they go beyond that HP count for the spell, it does not affect them. As far as he thinks initially, that spell failed because they have more HP. So that alerts them to spellcraft going on, because it's a failed spell and like there's effects to that. And more or less the plan that Babel was trying to put into action was them being encircled and then them taking out the raiders, if not capturing them. In addition, you have Bam the Mouse Folk, who is a bard. He has spells as well. He tries to use a lot of spells of enchantment, like suggestion and like speaking with these guys. And he finds out that these guys don't speak common, the common tongue, as it's known. at least in all of his attempts. And none of his spells seem to be working either. It gets to the point where these guys understand that there are enemies around them, and then Babel is just like, you know what, screw it, just attack these guys. And then everybody more or less attacks the raider group. It's kind of a slugfest back and forth with them trying to hold off these guys that are ambushing them. But overall, they kill off four of the seven. Three of the guys really don't want to be alive anymore because they've been burned alive by dragonborn fire breath, by spells, things like that. Um, Janster attempted a second time before they did so much death, the sleep spell, and it did not work again. And he did like an arcana, like intelligence check or whatever. And I told him that he thinks to himself, after all the stuff that's been cast on these guys and it doesn't work, it seems to be that they possibly have a resistance, if not invulnerability, to the enchantment school of magic, which takes out a lot of the portfolio of these two spellcasters that are trying to affect people. Bam, the mouse folk is nefarious for using enchantment spells on people in the city, like guards and stuff like that, that were pissed off at some of the things the rogue characters were doing and just trying to cause trouble. Bam diffused so many situations. He's diffused 3 to 4 situations in the city, I believe, from stuff going bad with his enchantment spells. And that was just a huge hit to him because that was one of his uh, big portfolios. And of course, the idea as well, Babel wanted to capture alive at least one raider and take him in for questioning, see what information and interrogation you can get into it. It turns out they kill 4 of them. 3 of them are so heavily injured or like incapacitated they're able to capture them alive. And so that's the ambush encounter done with. It starts to rain, and there's burns and stuff like that on the ground and whatnot, but they think that the rain's gonna more or less put out whatever's there. Uh, they gather all of the objects the raiders had, which was very little, just weaponry and like a few pieces of clothing, torches and stuff like that, and they take them back to the outpost while it's raining. They take them back to the outpost. They get back a little while later, and they more or less announce that they defeated the ambush, and um, but like they captured a few and they killed off the rest, and the outpost is safe. They get cheering. They get people like pissed off because they start this procession of like trying to take these raiders off to the command tent to provide them to the 2 leaders. They have the mercenary army strategos, as I call them, the general, which is the guy that they dueled in the beginning of the game and brought him back out of their psionic stupor, I guess is the best term. He's the leader of the mercenary league, so he's there to call the shots whenever something needs to be done and to bring in more reinforcements. And they also have the citizen army general, the strategos, which really is really a good guy, but the citizen army gets a lot of flack because they're just guardsmen essentially that aren't really doing their job fully. But they bring these prisoners back in this procession, and amongst like the cheers and whatever, you got pissed off people because these people have been subjugated by these put under the influence of these raiders, like killing their own people at sea and cutting off supplies and possibly killing the colonies of theirs. So these are like public enemy number one for obvious reasons. And it's just like they've suffered because of these raiders, and a lot of them are soldiers, so they're able to restrain themselves. Maybe there's some like people spitting at them or whatever from the workers and merchants and stuff like that. But like a lot of it was like they were able to hold it off, um, hold it back. So they bring these raiders, these 3 prisoners. The others are dead. to the leadership, and they pass them off. Meanwhile, nobody in the party, the players, have not commented that they want to do stuff, and this is more or less the end of the session. Um, they bring back victorious these prisoners. They hand them off to the leadership, and the leadership hands them off to their army units so they can go put them somewhere. But the party does not comment. They want to do anything. They don't want to heal anyone. They don't want to go question them. They just want to go get their long rest in because it is nighttime, and they don't want to not have a long rest before the morning operation. That's where the session ended on session 14. Session 15, which we just finished. Uh, the party wakes up and it's morning and whatnot. And we get into a scene where I ask them how they're going to prepare for the morning. They've got a bit of time before they're going to have like an assembly and whatnot. And they get a bit of like questions and logistics and stuff like that in. Getting morning breakfast and things like that. Maybe some discussion. I can't go into full detail because I don't honestly remember at this time because I haven't listened to my recording yet. But they go to the command tent eventually to go speak with the leadership, and they find these guys. They find a guy in like a pure black outfit with a cloak that has a gold clasp on it, a brooch that has a symbol on it they don't recognize. And they try to speak to this guy when the leaders are not there. The two military leaders, they're not there. It's just the one guy. They try to ask this guy where the leaders are and who he is, and he doesn't respond to them. And all they notice is that this is a guy that is leaning over the command tent's table where a map is. I insinuate that this guy is someone they don't know, and that he is like I tell them it is a guy they don't know, and he is looking over a map of the operation area and the island and the plans that they had laid out to go north and whatnot. And this guy is poring over this map while these others are looking around. He's just ignoring them. And one of them, Glenn, takes that to heart, that this guy is not to be trusted, and he's going to go pull his sword on him and ask him who he is. He goes behind him, pulls his sword up against him, and the guy doesn't really flinch at all. He notices that he's done that, but he continues looking at the map. He's got a sword probably around or like against the side of his neck, and he speaks out loud in another language to Babel, who is in the group. And Babel, again, as a reminder, is the only citizen of this city-state that these guys found themselves in. And he's actually, I haven't gone into that. Babel is more or less a merchant in the city of Karhadasht that has ties with the magistrates there. He has political dealings with them because he's done favors. He's sold products. He's a community man. And he knows magistrates and stuff like that. He pulled favors for him to be able to be their guide in the city, be their guide and be the person that drives them in a direction that won't get them in trouble, and help the city, because this city is going through a hard time right now with the raiders. So that's that bit of information. He's natural born to the city, even though he's not human. He's a tiefling. There's a story there, but I'm not going to get into that. But he is a natural citizen, because his family has been there. So this is not a mixed city either. There's occasionally here and there like another race, but like it's a human city, which they're not overall openly racist or anything. They just don't have a lot of those races. And again, this entire party are more or less beastmen, except for the NPC that's left, which is Aros, the human, the skirmisher that I mentioned before. He throws javelins because he likes to fight that way, where he's able to go at mid-range, do a ranged attack, and then, if he has to go into combat, he will, close quarters, but he tries to stay back so he can support the party, which is great for an NPC, to be honest, to have that versatility. that adaptability. Anyway, Babel gets spoken to in another language, and it turns out it's the local language of Kart Hadasht, which is Hadashti. And the man says to him, "You best tell your friends," or more or less dealing like telling him it's um, like your friends are going to be in trouble if they keep it up or whatever. And again, paraphrasing, Babel does like an insight to this guy, and he realizes this is one of like a major organization that oversees. He's a member of one of this organization that oversees military matters and military leaders and makes sure they're. It's a civilian oversight group that watches over the military, makes sure they're not doing shady things, make sure they're not becoming warlords and like taking advantage of the city that that they're from and stuff like that. And he's like, guys, you better stop. He tells Glenn, the guy that has a sword on him, to stop. These guys are on our side. They do oversight. They do like if a general starts doing things that are not going to be good for the people of Kart Hadash, these guys, because it's an organization, will more or less punish them in whatever manner is appropriate. And sometimes that means up to like execution, like crucifixion or beheading and stuff like that. Like as long as these people are in the field with the generals and whatever, keeping them in check, nothing bad is going to happen. But Babel tells the party this, like, these guys are not to be messed with. These guys are on our side, though, so don't worry about them. They ask where the leaders are that they were trying to meet, and the man tells them that they're with the prisoners, and the party didn't see where the prisoners were, so they had to go look for them. They go to one of the compound corners, which it's not a huge compound. There's a number of people here, like a large number of people here, but it's not a humongous compound given the beginnings of this outpost. They find that the leadership are standing with other guys in black, just like the other guy, and they're watching 3 posts that are off in the corner standing in the mud with 3 men tied to it. And there's another man there. There's another man looking at these raider prisoners, and it appears that 2 of them are unconscious and one's actively awake. They've been tied to this post, and presumably they've been there all night in the rain. It's no longer raining anymore, but it did rain all night. They've been out in the elements, and they go up and ask what they've learned to the leadership, and the leadership say, I'm not sure. The man we had on the case with this guy over here, and the leader walks up and says, what have the beasts said, or whatever like that, and calls these men, these fellow humans, beasts, for good reason. And they get a reply from this new character, which is a returning player, Fenthras, which he is still an unknown at this moment to the party. In terms of class, because he's not outright said it and they haven't been in combat. They more or less comment that he's been questioning them all night. 2 of them died during the questioning. The third one has been stubborn. None of them has said anything because they would say something. They didn't say anything to him. They also haven't spoken any language. Like he means like they didn't say anything that he understood or anything that would help them in common language, which everyone knows common. Why wouldn't these guys know common? That's the thing. And some of the party have speculated that these are tribals and outsiders, so that's why they don't know common. But These guys didn't say anything in the common language. It's not a language that anybody knows. It's not a language that anybody has the potential of understanding. Nobody has like comprehend languages or anything of that sort because they just don't have access to that at this time. Nobody has a caster NPC around them that has that ability. So it's not been easy in this, at least this one circumstance where they have access to a raider, but they can't talk to him. So what happens is the the guy says that he hasn't learned anything from them, um, but this guy's in rough shape. Two of them have died from their injuries and the exposure outside, plus whatever the questioning pertained to from this one new character. Um, the black robed individuals talk to the citizen army general, who should be officially the leader of this settlement now, because he's a citizen army general. They speak to him, saying, "We can't leave these guys in the hands of the general, like the mercenaries." And they're speaking in Hadashti still. Like each one of these guys is speaking in Hadashti that are in the black, and they say they can't leave this guy in the hands of the mercenaries because presumably the guy that they were just speaking to that was questioning them was a mercenary too. Um, they have to be brought back and put to trial. And the general of the mercenaries actually speaks Hadashti back to them while they're having this little discussion to themselves, which surprises them, saying, "We can't bring them back. Uh, they won't last the trip back because of their condition or whatever." And at this around this time, the other party members, one of the party members, Janster, asks if he can go heal the guy with a lay on hands check because he's a paladin. And he goes and heals the guy for an amount of health, and it does help him become more lively. But this guy has like, he's got like the 1,000 yard stare, and like he's not really responsive, but he's clearly alive compared to the other two. He goes to converse with Fenthris, and Fenthris comments, or like they discuss with Fenthris, who's apparently an interrogator, and he comments how like they screamed all night. They didn't say much. They didn't say anything in common, and I point out that this is not too far from where everybody sleeps in their individual tents and stuff like that, made from the sails of the ships when they were scrapped. They would have heard that, but they didn't. So uh, one of the players thinks maybe he used silence spell around them. So possibly a spellcaster. Very, very interesting. Like muffling the screams and whatever of these guys as he's doing things to them, doing like whatever. And they did see like cuts and stuff like that on these guys. But it gets to the point where uh, nothing is said about him. And then Kildry, the Kenku, arcane trickster slash wizard, has an ability, a spell called Detect Magic. He wants to try to use, but it's not prepared. So he asks the group if he can spend 10 minutes preparing this spell, and in that preparation, they have more conversation with Venthris, like asking him like anything he knows from what's happened. And time passes. Kildry eventually gets the spell ready. He uses Detect Magic on this guy, and you have auras that are visible when you use Detect Magic within 30 feet of yourself in a radius. When you look at somebody or something, you detect magic as an aura, and it could be powerful, and it also tells you exactly what school of magic that magic is from the aura. He looks at this last living raider. These other two raiders have nothing on them, but he looks at this last living raider, and this raider emanates a not strong aura of magic, but a present moderate amount of magic throughout his body. Like it's not coming off of him. It's just his body. It's not like centered anywhere. It's his entire body is not lined, but it is his body. Um, and then Kildra gets in to investigate further, like looking at him. Uh, he's perceived with his other ability, which is a racial thing, his keen eye, that this man is no different than any other man you could see normally. He just looks to be a tribal. He's not anything Herculean or anything. Not like that. Like this is what the best. This is what peak performance looks like or anything. It's not anything like that. He's just another guy that looks to be like a seagoer. He's tanned. He's wearing very light cloth skirt, loincloth, sandals. He's got nothing else on. He did have some paint on him, but most of it had come off in the rain pour last night. There are some like bits of like paint you can see like he's tied around a pole, so his arms around the back of the pole while he's on the front. And like you see some of the paint on like his armpit a little bit, and it was green paint that they noticed before. And there was no like symbology or anything to it as far as they could tell the night prior when they did a check on that, because they were inspecting bodies and they were inspecting the live men. There was no real symbology to it. It just seemed to be tribal markings, just like paint, green paint on these guys, and there was barely any left, like sticking out of his armpit, because again that's just another nook. And again, these guys have been tied up, standing all night around these poles. So he's just the worst for wear. He's got 1,000-yard stare, and now he's glowing like he's magical. And like I said, you are told the School of Magic when you use this, when you see an aura, and he detects the school. Not necessarily a school, but he detects that this is divine magic or radiant magic, whichever the proper term would be in this scenario. But it's holy, it's divine, it's radiant. He's not emanating it, he just is it. And that freaks him out, kind of. And then, like, he tells the party this. Obviously, the players hear this as I say it, and everyone's just like, what? But the other guys are dead. Like they killed people like that. Janster, given his background, Janster is from the Shadowfell, the Shadowlands, and he's experienced undead. He knows they're divine, but he's experienced undead or whatever. Like compared to like the energies and stuff like that, where you would be told that it would be an undead energy if he had used it and it was an undead energy, but obviously it's divine. Janster equates that to like beings that have like undead energy on them that are like vampire thralls and stuff like that. Like humans that are thralls to vampires would have undead energy, undead magic to them, even though they're still, I guess, under the influence. Like if they're, you know, like again, they saw psionic energy, psionic magic when he used somebody used detect magic on the general of the mercenaries when he was put under the psionic stupor, and they saw psionic magic as a school. So you know that if he's a thrall, because this was part of the debate, if you're a psionic thrall, you see psionic. So this guy didn't have that. And the way it was different than a psionic aura. The psionic aura was just like a psionic flame coming off of him around his head, and that was the only space that the psionic aura was in during that moment. This guy's entire body is just like it doesn't permeate anything, it doesn't exude anything. It just is divine magic. So this freaks out the players. Janster, again, he thinks back to the Shadowfell and like how energies can be like that, just different. like undead thralls, vampire cattle, things like that. He starts freaking out because the Shadowfell is all about madness and darkness. And his character is very disturbed. His character really is disturbed. He sees ghosts. None of the other players do. And on that note, he mentions that. Did he see any ghosts from these bodies that they've dealt with in the past night and this? And I say, no, you have not seen ghosts there. And he asks about this guy. Um, or actually, he asked about the bodies. Um, and I tell him, no, you have not seen ghosts because you normally do. They stick around. Later, once all this has been going on, they're like the players are like the characters are debating amongst themselves, like what this means because Kildry told them. Kildry goes up to the leadership and tells them, and the leadership, the general of the citizen army says, "Look, we don't have time to ask a priestess to come like check him out or whatever because this is morning time. If you'll recall, this is morning time the next day after the ambush, and this is when the operation is supposed to take part. What is going to happen in the operation as a I don't think I've stated this yet in this stream. The operation was the Navy escorts these guys to this island or escorts them far enough into the sea where they think they're going to be fine, and then they split off on each side of the island to go attack the raiders at a certain time. They're going to pull together and attack the raiders at sea, so it pulls away any raiders that possibly are embarked on land or landed. Like get them back into their ships and take them out to sea. That way, it clears off the island of most, if not all, the raiders, so they can easily go check out the city and see what the condition is of the city and the people. So the operation was land at the island, start an outpost. In the meantime, the next morning, the Navy is going to attack the raiders at sea around the coast of the area where the settlement is, pull the raiders from the settlement back to sea so that they can fight them while the party and the mercenary skirmishers will scout out the settlement. This is the morning of, and it's almost time for them to depart to go do the operation. The general says, we don't have time to get a priestess and like ascertain what this man is. He doesn't have time for that. There's too much at stake in this operation for them to screw around with just trying to identify one man. They need to go fight these enemies regardless of what they are, because that's who are killing off their people at sea and at home. So Kildry and the others agree, yeah, you're right. We need to deal with this problem right now. And they start to get the preparations and assembly set up of the citizen army and the mercenaries that are going to be going off. They do a ceremony. The general says this man needs to be executed for the people because they don't have time to investigate it. There are going to be others possibly in the future that can figure it out. This man needs to be executed and we need to go on our way. So they have this assembly where there's this big scene where the general of the citizen army, the de facto leader of this settlement outpost, officially announces the raider is to be executed. Like it was a speech. I'm not going to go into the speech because I don't have my my stuff in front of me, but he goes into a very, very stirring speech for the men as Fenthris, the man that was interrogating the other ones that night, stays by the men. And like he did ask earlier, like if he was to be the one that carried it out, and the general said yes to him. So when he had this speech or whatever, he finishes saying, I sentence you to death. And he looks and nods to Fenthris. Fenthris standing by, sidesteps over to the guy. He whispers something in his ear, which no one really hears, more or less telling the guy this isn't personal in common tongue. This isn't personal, and so on. He goes to cut the man's neck quickly, cut the man's throat with a blade, and like hits him in another movement. And like in addition to uh, like in one movement, the way it looked, he just slid the guy's throat, slit the guy's throat, and he broke his neck at the same time. I think in the moment, I don't know if he was trying to be stealthy with that, or if that was to, um, that was just to further prove that he was executing the guy. I don't remember what he was saying, but he in one movement more or less like slit the guy's throat and like hit him in the neck to break his neck. So again, it could have been a stealthy thing to make his suffering end quickly, or it could have been just to prove to the people watching that he killed the guy. So the everyone around that had gathered, in addition to the assembled mercenaries and the citizen army, cheer. That was their enemy that was just executed rightfully and dutifully by the citizen army general, and that's just a big morale boost. Like, this guy is one of the enemy. This guy has been punished for his crimes and whatever of killing and hurting the people of Karhadasht. And on the note of this guy dying, because Janster asked about Ghost earlier, he commented about like seeing ghosts. And that was the moment where it honestly got me. I forgot, because this is the time that he actually mentioned the ghosts. And I kind of went wide-eyed. And that was me being caught off guard. And again, this is a stream about me talking about myself as a GM and my experiences and my mistakes and like what I want to do better. He caught me off guard with his ability that was a background ability. I really didn't, I forgot and didn't consider that. But it worked out because in the moment, and again, guys, if you're watching this in my group, obviously this has been a lot of like speculation and stuff like that. You're going to get spoilers and stuff like that from me if you watch these streams. It's a given, but I know some of you don't care. I wanted to say that. I didn't expect it. Like, I really did not expect him to use that ability because I forgot about it. I have so much going on with my prep. I never mentioned this at all this stream. I didn't get any sleep at all that day, like prior. Other than maybe like falling asleep for 20 minutes at the computer while I'm typing up like notes and stuff like that and like fading in and out like micro sleeps. I could not sleep at all because I had so much to do and the time was passing by like it was nothing. I've typed for an hour and 6 hours have passed. That's how bad it was for me in my state of being tired. And they could definitely hear it, and you can probably hear it in the recording when I post it 3 years from now, whenever I have the time to do something. But I was just out of it, and I wasn't fully prepared. And that's one of the big things that I'm always going to have issues with. But like, I'm always going to push for people to. Of course, there's different ways of preparation. Of course, there's improvisation too. It's like some people are really good with improvisation, and I think I'm okay if I have context for what like people are wanting out of a situation, and also, if I have like tidbits of lore and stuff like that, or whatever I need. Like a general idea, like I'm okay with improvisation, but like when it comes to mechanics, I can't improvise as much. I try to stick closer to, like, mechanically, gameplay wise. So mechanically, this player is entitled to seeing ghosts because that's part of his background as a character, not a class thing. Actually, I think it was a class thing. No, it's a background thing. It's a background thing. He's entitled to seeing ghosts. He sees ghosts. It's like I see dead people. Like, he sees ghosts and he has seen ghosts in the before. One of the first things he saw in the first session was a ghost because his party member, the NPC, like officially a party member in mechanics, was killed 30 minutes into the game, and then he sees a ghost as he remembers that he can see ghosts, and he talks to a ghost, and he gets like a little sub story, little sub quest, side quest, and eventually it gets to the point where, like, with them being so concentrated on escaping that underground facility in the first session, and then in the second session, like dealing with like politicking their way out of like whatever this situation is, that they're in an arena and they're essentially being watched like their playthings. Some of them were pissed off and like they just wanted to get out of there. They hand off the body of the man that they killed because they took him with them because like they wanted to explain their situation. Like, some things have happened. This man has scurvy and was killed for it. They thought it was something that would spread and they killed him for it. That's what happened. That was the argument. Like, ignorance. It's like, I thought the party would get a disease that could be spread, transmutable. And he was killed for it. Anyway, they brought the body with them, even though there were shenanigans with the body before, like them trying to use it as, like, they think of it was like a sacrificial altar or something like that. They threw a body on there. That would have been a cool thing, though. Have them sacrifice a NPC or one of themselves. They would do the NPCs though, because that's just metagaming as players. Um, but like, that would be great if I had made them sacrifice one of the NPCs officially, put them on an altar, and then that opens the door for them to get out. But that's not what it was. What it was literally a turntable that they needed a pylon or pole to put into the turntable, and then they'd be able to turn it, and it takes them out of that through a hole in the ceiling, like a corkscrew or whatever you want to call it, a screw. And they brought the body with them in case they wanted to uh, give him a burial, or find authorities and like say, hey, this guy was sick, we made some mistakes, and whatever. They wanted to turn themselves in for that. And that's essentially what happened, but they were in the middle of an arena where it was inconvenient to have a body in their arms or around them, and they were about to have a battle. Like, they were going to be in a staged battle. They were going to have a battle, and they handed the body over to the authorities that came to retrieve him. After they told him that this was a mistake, this happened, he died, and they're sorry for it. They handed him over so he wouldn't be in the way during a pitched battle against people after the duel, because they were supposed to prove themselves able and capable in combat. They did that. They did a battle after the duel with the general. So they handed over the body and they asked them to take care of the body, and that's what happened. Nobody. That side quest, the ghost told him, because he talked to the ghost before that. The ghost asked him very vaguely if they would take him home, meaning his body. And they asked where his home is, and he said, an island. They didn't ask anything else. They left it at that. They walked away from the ghost. They didn't go further into the information. They didn't ask for any more information. They just kind of left it as is. Even though they could have done that. They decided to do it because I guess they're ADD and they don't care. So, that being said, Janster, the guy talking to ghosts that sees ghosts, did not see any ghosts for the two bodies of the raiders. They were dead there. Fenthris cuts the man's throat, breaks his neck at the same time. Janster sees a ghost walk out of the body of this man after he keels over. This body, he looks around in fear, or this ghost, he looks around in fear, looks around at his hands, and then you see a glow in his chest. Like not just a spectral glow in addition to him, but like a light emanating from his chest, centered at his chest, and it gets brighter and brighter, and it's like pushing from him, and then as it pushes more and it gets extremely bright, the ghost implodes. Pieces of him scatter around like there's wind, and then the ghost disappears. Like, the pieces are gone. He's gone. He's obliterated. This because of the background that Janster picked. He's from the Shadowfell. He's dealt with all sorts of mental like stress and undead and like uh insanity stuff, which you can delve in with the like the Shadowfell and the vampire settings and stuff like that in the campaign books. He's dealt with insanity. He's dealt with undead chasing him. He's dealt with his dreams, and got he's got an influence over his life that has essentially provided for him the ability to continue sustaining his life in the Shadowfell, and that's called the Shadow. The Shadow is this like possibly malevolent being that influences his powers as a shadow sorcerer, and he's able to sustain himself and his body in the Shadowfell with the help of the Shadow. And he's in the mortal plane right now, the mortal coil, the normal plane of existence. And whenever he goes to sleep without some things, he goes back to the Shadowfell. Um, and he deals with actually like possibility of dying there from undead like attacking him and stuff like that. So he's got a lot of stresses that he's dealing with, and he became a paladin of Tanit in the city of Kart Hadasht so that he can try to overlap that influence with a holy divine goddess's influence. And the Shadow knows that he's done this, and he, like, while having heard nothing from the Shadow in some time, despite him having dreams and stuff like that, dreams that became him literally just being teleported to another plane, which was very interesting. One night when he's taking it easy, he wakes up in the place he's staying, which is Babel's shop upstairs in the living quarter. He wakes up and he finds himself in Babel's shop in the city of Kart Hadasht that's destroyed in the Shadowfell. And again, this is a place he's been to before in since the sessions have started. And you know, we see that this is a city that's active, whatever. He becomes a paladin later, and he's living in the 2 weeks of downtime at the temple like housing quarters for the priests, priestesses and Janster. He's living in this small room, a very humble room, and one night he wakes and he sees that someone's sitting in the chair beside him, and it's a man that he saw before that he presumes is the Shadow or the Shadow Man. And the guy says, wherever you go, we will help you or whatever, in like a very, very creepy way. He has a little conversation with the guy, and Janster doesn't say anything. The guy more or less says that they'll be there for you, the Shadow, and goes away. Janster faints during the execution once he sees that ghost explode. There again, that's just his mentality, his dealing with his mental state and possible insanity, being like thriving from all the stuff that he experiences. He faints over as a paladin in heavy armor, like at this assembly. He falls over in front of everybody. After this execution, that's this triumphant execution happens because he saw a ghost more or less implode, and from his experiences, he's never seen a ghost do that. He's never seen a ghost not be like stay around or whatever, or go on to where the gods want them to be. And this is very very bad for him. A very chaotic, like terrifying thing, and he faints. So he gets made fun of by the mercenaries and stuff like that. Uh, so he's unconscious. The other players around him babble, try to help him up or whatever. The the rest of the assembly turns into a procession of priests with animals, and they go into one by one, professing in a ceremony their offerings to different gods, and they execute one by one. They cull one by one um, cows in front of the assembly, and like they slice the necks of cows after professing who they're offering this cow to, and it's a very like one of the most like I wouldn't say like one of the most visceral scenes that I've played out for my players in 15 sessions in terms of like unexpected shock value. And I honestly wanted to do more for this. I had the plan of getting some fake blood like left over from Halloween, but I never buy that stuff because I don't use fake blood stuff. I usually just buy blue paint because I'm a wannabe Scot Celtic warrior, you know. But yeah, I didn't have any left. I didn't have any like fake Halloween blood. Of course, it's January, late January. Why would I have anything like that? Why would anyone have anything like that? I asked around for at coworkers I talked to a lot that might be interested in keeping stuff like that stashed away because some people celebrate Halloween because whatever. Um, I asked some people in another group that I'm in if they had anything. I was more or less ignored by a large group of people. So I just deleted the message and thought, crap, I'm not gonna. I've got too much to deal with. One of the coworkers suggested I take corn syrup and mix it with red food coloring. I was like, that's too much work for me to mess with right now. For me to just have a shock value moment in my campaign, because my plan was to take like a tube of fake Halloween blood, something you put on your face normally and can wash off easily. That way, it wasn't a big deal. Nothing that will stain you. I was gonna take that and like as they were doing that sacrifice, or at least after the sacrifice or whatever, this is what actually happened in the session. They take basins from these other servants that are with these priests. The general actually does that too. The general of the mercenaries actually was the third of all three sacrifices. He okay. You have the priestess NPC that the party has with them, because Janster, a paladin of Tanit, asks the head priestess of the Temple of Tanit if he can bring along her. The head priestess denies that, saying she's needed here, and offers to get another priestess to go with him. Janster, more or less, as a player, wanted to get it on with the head priestess and have a love interest for his character to focus on. That was his implication and reasoning. But I more or less blocked him in a way that I didn't know he wanted to have an influence over an NPC like that. I did that because a head priestess out in a war zone is not something that needs to happen from this big city. Um, so another priestess that's more suited to war was offered, and he accepted. So they have an NPC priestess of Tanit who has her own class, and we haven't really seen her be used because they haven't gone into combat during the day because she's a human and can't see at night. It can't be used in an ambush like they did. She has her own class, so she has abilities and stuff like that that's not too far from what they need. She is the one that starts off the sacrifices by offering the making an offering to Tanit to watch over and protect her men and maidens uh, in the field and combat, and their families at home, because this is a goddess of community and all that. Like she's a protection goddess. So she sacrifices first, which is more of a shock value for Janster, despite him having worked with her for 2 weeks, and he should know officially like sacrifices are made in this religion, like animal sacrifices. The next priest is a priest of Baal, Haman, Baal Haman, however you want to say it, Baal, uh, he goes to say his offering is to Baal, who is the king, the great lord of the city and whatnot. His high perceiving eyes, going on beyond uh, like judging people and whatnot, give them the insight and perception, whatever. He goes to give the offering. The last one is the legion, not legion, mercenary general himself goes to sacrifice one for Ares, god of war, to give them the strength, to give them the cunning and whatnot for his men, specifically the mercenaries. He's very biased because it's his men. Um, they take basins with spoons, and they go to each person in the assembly, each person one by one, and they offer to to give their blessings from the god. And depending on what you say, you get trailed from the basin. The spoon trails a string of blood from your left shoulder over your head to your right shoulder from the animal, and that officially counts as the blessing or whatever. I offered the players this. It was a very jarring, like very like again visceral moment that I wanted to offer. Thank you, Wild Ginger. Um, yeah, it's like it was a very jarring and shock value scene that I really wanted to show. Like, this is what these people do. This is their religion, and like, not there hasn't been a lot of like people asking about the society, despite like just existing in it and experiencing it. Like, nobody's asked lore overall, other than like here and there, and like very casually. Nobody has put the thought into like their religions and stuff like that are going on, their traditions, their cultural values and things like that. And this was just me wanting to like plant this further into them. Like, these are the people that you're helping. This is what they value. This is what they believe is right. Offering to the gods these sacrifices in blood and stuff like that and things like that. So each person in the assembly, one by one, was approached by all three of these people holding basins of blood and with a spoon to put it on them. And they ask you, will you accept the blessing of Baal Haman, or will you accept the blessing of the Lady Tanit? Will you accept the blessing of Ares, god of war, and stuff like that? And I gave the players that question one by one. Do you accept this from this
The
person
deck
or
of
whatever?
many things I like to modifier. Skipping some comments. You sent your minions out together wood, stone and meat. Favorite character Megan, Mean, Darkness or Aqua?
Well, this is spamming
Any of
stuff
the
that's happened
characters
before.
doesn't matter. My one is the Lich but runs the shop. Just read Journey to the West and take any character out of it and it will work in any story. Oisume.
Oisame. Well, that was weird. Her playing all that. Um, yeah, some of the players didn't want to have anything to do with it, and I knew that was going to happen. Two of the players took blessings from all three of the offered gods, and one of the NPCs, I say, take blessings from two of the gods, but not one. Like I figured there would be questioning, like, can we do something for the other gods that I actually believe in or whatever? And like, I actually made a point to do something I don't normally do and don't think I have time for a lot of the time when I'm playing this game with these guys. We're on limited time. We've got a lot to do, at least what they want to do. But I spent a moment and I asked each player, like, what does their character think about this ceremony? What does their character think about, like, how it went? And like, I asked them, like, they have specific like ties and like loyalties and stuff like that. Like, Bam is a servant to a Fey Lord, which in essence could be like misconstrued as like a deity in himself because of just the way the Fey work. I asked Bam about that. I asked him like what he thinks about that. In addition to, like, he is a subject to this Fey Lord, but his Fey Lord has put him as a servant on this other subject of the Fey Lords, which Bam calls his master, this woman presumably, and I ask him what he thinks his master would be, like what his master thought about stuff like this, what his master did, and that was really good for me to ask that in that style. And I asked the other players. We've got a Kenku. He's from the land of Zipangu, and this is more or less the Japanese equivalent in my world of like an archipelago with Japanese cultures and stuff like the various ones. You've got like the main Japanese cultures and stuff like that, the Yamato and the you've got the tribals, and you've got like the yokai and demonic like monsters and stuff like that, and you hear about that are like spirits and stuff like that, Shinto animism and other stuff like that that's going on. Like, what does he think about that? And like he would comment that he's used to sacrifice, but not like this. And like that would make some sense with the like the shamanism and animism of like these folk religions and stuff like that. And I really was trying to ask people what they thought as players, their characters like felt about stuff like that, and like whether they're used to things like that. And I thought that was just a great moment, like not just gameplay wise, but like just a great scene to make the players be more introspective about like what they value their characters um beliefs, like what they value about their characters beliefs and what they think their characters would respond to. And again, that's just it was a moment that I don't usually do, like what they think about that. And it was really kind of like letting them open up about it. It wasn't as long of a moment though, but I did kind of sit there and I listened out to everything they said, and I'm really glad I did that. And I need to do more stuff like that before, not just the like the the nitty gritty scene of the sacrifice and the blood, but um, asking the players and getting more insight to like how they feel. That's an important thing to do. Like I hear in podcasts I listen to, I'm gonna do a kind of a plug. The Glass Cannon podcast, they do a Pathfinder play. They only play for about an hour plus each episode, but every time they start out their session, they have discussion amongst themselves as players and whatnot. They have like idle, it could be unrelated discussion about like just like whatever, and it's more or less just like asking them how they're doing and like what's up with them in life and stuff like that. Because these are people, these are entertainers, and they're just yucking it up. And sometimes the GM Troy will ask them when he actually gets the session started beyond the banter how their characters feel in this moment. And a lot of it is just like he lets them gush about what their characters are thinking about, what they think happened last time, like what their opinions are, what's going through their head, like how determined are they, like how like has this changed their viewpoints at all and stuff like that. And I love moments like that. I understand like players want to gush about it. They want to do that, but some players they don't care about that stuff. It just depends on what your playstyle is. And I think I've got a group of players that really want to talk about their characters, but they don't want to spend the time to do it over time, like overall, because they've got stuff to do that they want to do. Some players get antsy and they read a book or something like that while someone else is talking, and it's just like, well, that's not really appropriate, but I'm not going to tell them like I'm not going to tell them that they need to listen to everything this other player is saying. Like it's whatever. Like some people have play styles, some people are more interested and more invested in their own stuff and whatever. But I really like those moments, back to this. I really like those moments where I can ask the players to get into the heads of their characters and tell me how they're feeling, how they want their character to react. And that's just awesome to me. So that moment aside, Janster had fainted. Um Janster had fainted because this guy had more or less, his ghost has imploded. Uh, and they go on to like have a scene where they discuss like they after the ceremony ends, the assembly stops, but the mercenaries stay where they're standing because they're the group that's going to go shortly out on into the operation, which is here shortly. It gets to where the players have their characters go pull up around the dead guy, and they have this discussion with Janster, who relates to them like what happened and whatever. And then it's just a lot of just like debate amongst themselves, like what it means and like how important and what the plans are and stuff like that. And the mercenary general goes off to speak to Fenthris and presumably, you know, cleans up, and he comes back and offers Fenthris to join the party because he is essentially great at what he does. He's been hired as an interrogator through the mercenaries from another syndicate called the Black Snake Syndicate. And the Black Snake Syndicate are I got to splurge on them a bit in a lore dump, known for being very proficient in what they do. Whether what they do depends on what they were hired out to do so. But like they are for Kildry, he's in an organization called the Black Hand, and they are like supposedly, from what he wants them to be, a large, secretive, roguish assassin organization, which he says they're not evil, but they are evil. That's what an assassin organization would be in my world. Um, they have had dealings with the Black Snake Syndicate in terms of like a frenemies kind of a deal, like not friends but not enemies. They're rivals, but they haven't gone to great lengths to exterminate each other or anything. It's not like they're going to do that. They are. It's more of a business thing. And for Glenn's situation, he's from the Dankmire, which is jokingly called the Dankmire because it's just swamps, it's marshes, it's wet rainforest. Um, he is in contact with a cartel there. Um, that was a huge thing with his backstory, was a cartel in the Dankmire region that he was from, was just hell. But he's heard about this Black Snake Syndicate, which also has roots in the Dankmire area. Um, in addition to other places that have been in contact with Kildry's uh, organization in other parts of the world. Which again, that he wants it to be a global organization, and I'm following through with what I can with that. But you have this possibly shadowy organization that Fenthris is part of now, that he's openly talking about, not openly talking about like, but like openly saying that's where his allegiance is. And or at least that's what Leander says, the general. Uh, and he joins the party. He says they're going to be. The general tells them there are going to be leaders, hopefully, in these raider groups, and that's why Fenthris is tagging along, so that he can, once you guys come into contact with the leader, possibly incapacitate them and interrogate them and see what's going on, what really is the story with these raiders. That's why he was hired on, because he's one of the best one of the best they could get, if not the best. So they have this asset, this interrogator, this questioner, in their party, and they don't know what his skills are fully, other than causing pain to others. So we'll see how that plays out. Eventually, after a lot of banter, and because we were running short of time in the session, um, they really wanted to get going, because this is what they've been preparing for as players. There's an assembly where they lay out the mercenary general Leander. I did that a lot in the session too. Leander tells them what the plan is. There are two groups of skirmishers. He introduces them to two squads. One is a squad of slingers, rock slingers, and the leader of that squad is Garros, is a guy who, you know, funnily enough, was causing a scene right after the moment he was playing a liar instead of standing in formation waiting on the general. Garros is the squad lead of that slinger group, the Balearic Slingers. Uh, the other group is a group of peltists or javelin throwers, and the squad lead for that is Agav, and they more or less they use javelin tactics with shields, while the slingers um, vary in what they use, other than slingers, of course, slings. The two groups are introduced, and they're told that the way it's going to work is these two groups are going to work as two squads, and you guys, the party and the NPCs, can divvy up amongst the two groups, and they're going to move side by side with each other in the hex crawl moment, and like they'll support each other. If one like the way it's going to work is there's going to be checks for like going through and like doing stealth stuff and perception, and if one group gets attacked, the other one can come in as reinforcements a couple turns later because they're close by. So that's how mechanically it was supposed to work, but we got so stuck on divvying up who's going to be in what group. Like, we spent, in addition to this discussion, we had another moment where like Glenn, the chameleon folk, he has a magic broom that he got from a curio shop that deals in just trading curios. There's no money involved. He trades curios for other curios, and you can get more than one curio if you've got something big. And it scales in like how interesting and like possibly powerful something could be. And he got a magic broom from this guy because he really wanted to get a magic broom, and the guy showed him a magic broom, and it's a flying broom, and he showed this as an asset he can use, and this really tore the party apart in discussion and debate. And like, we sat there for like 40 minutes going over what he could do with that broom, and like it was getting frustrating. And like, I didn't want to stamp down because I didn't like, he presented this to the general, and it got to the point where like I didn't know what to say, like, other than like, obviously this is an asset that would be great, but like they're trying to be stealthy, and in some trains of thought this wouldn't work out because you'd be spotted up in this air, like up in the air, if you're flying around, and they're trying not to alert anybody. That's part of the point of why they were going, like, the Navy was going to pull all these raiders away from the land back to sea, because they didn't want to be spotted as they approached and possibly did damage while while they were up there. But they were to scout and see the situation. If you've got someone flying around, that's going to be spottable, especially if you're a huge lizard with a freaking gun rifle, a metal gun. He's an artificer, by the way, like kind of a homebrew mix of the artificer Unearthed Arcana and the actual released Eberron, which released way after we went through the Unearthed Arcana and fixed it up for him. He's got an arcane rifle, and again, this character is a chameleon folk, lizard folk. He made himself to be a sniper, but he also made himself to be as big as possible. So he's like a 7-foot tall lizard man wearing a bunch of stuff and has a huge gun. And it's like, there's a lot of stuff about this that's just not going to fly, no pun intended, with like them trying to be stealthy. And obviously this changes the mechanics. This is 3-dimensional gameplay extremely and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. The way I played it out eventually Because again, I put them all in this situation where they have access to the stuff, where they have access to the class features and stuff like that. You have a party that are mostly roguish. Almost all of them have magic. You have Kildry, the arcane trickster rogue, that is part wizard. That's all sorts of casting going on there, plus rogue. He wants to be stealthy. He's also a Kenku, and he's a homebrew Kenku that has an ability called Keen Eye, that he gets to roll 2d6s, and then depending on like how they end up, he could ascertain with his bird like eyesight, weaknesses in enemies in terms of like visual weaknesses and stuff like that. And a lot of the times he fails those rolls or gets so low that it doesn't matter. He hasn't been in a lot of combats either. Let me say this too. It literally took them 12 sessions before they left the first city. How does that sound? 12 sessions. 12 sessions. And that's one game a month. Roughly, unless we played multiple times during the month, which roughly around September. 12 sessions before they left the city. Nobody went anywhere. There was a fight. There was a fight, granted, but that was a close quarters ambush, or actually it was like more of a home invasion, because Kildry went to a black market and told everybody where he lived, which includes everybody in the party. And then assassins came to kill him because there's a rival syndicate in the city. And he went to the black market and told a complete stranger where he lived, knowing he was part of a rival syndicate. Like, Kildry, being part of an organization, was looking for his organization in the city. He went to the black market, was told he was speaking, like, was shown that he was speaking to a member of the organization that he's looking for, and then he told them outright where he lives by pointing to on a map where he lives, without any further insights or anything like that. He told a complete stranger where he and his entire party lived. So he was attacked by assassins that were way more powerful than them. What happened was a complete disaster on my part as a DM for a combat encounter, because one person immediately got pissed in the beginning of the session, being my brother, and I didn't want to have that kind of a tension in the combat, so I lowered the abilities down so that it wouldn't be as bad. And then it just became a comedy game instead of more of a serious like tone, because like how badly my rolls and how badly like the encounter turned out to be, which I'm really embarrassed about. That encounter was not meant to be something of a slapstick show. It was supposed to be a very jarring experience for somebody going to a black market of all places, and then telling you where your family and whatever live. A place he doesn't own, by the way. This is not a place that Kildry owns. He told a stranger who happened to be an enemy rival crime syndicate where he lived, and they took it upon themselves to attack this this lone operator of this organization before he can get in contact with his organization. It turned out well in the end, though. They killed off most of them. I think they killed them all. Yeah, I think they killed them all, and then they found out their entire, like, in this region that they were bunking up with Babel in his shop, the entire region around them, they were surrounded by roguish type people watching from rooftops and standing in the streets and stuff like that. And they found out that was the organization that Kildry was part of. That's how he came into contact with his organization, because player choice led him to be attacked, and everyone he cares about be attacked in an assassin invasion. And that leveled them up because they weren't supposed to fight these guys yet. So they leveled up. He got in contact with her. Tangents aside, you've got a roguish character, keen eye ability, where you can ascertain visually through game mechanics too, like a weakness that enemies could have depending on how high like how good you roll. And this is like a slot system, like you have so many you can use a day. This is something like an ability. You can use however many times a day to ascertain like weaknesses. He also has a bird. This is what I was going to do. He has a bird companion, which he wants to have paired with other characters that he has in the background as part of this world that he wants to have as a background character or backup character in case something happens, or another campaign in the future. You know, a bird that he uses in conjunction with this keen eye, where he can use it as a UAV pretty much. So you have that. You have this UAV online bird that flies around. It's non-combatant, and he scouts out at high locations and sends him telemetry essentially because this is a magical bird. He scouts out with a bird that's magic. That's on me. That's on me for giving him that ability. That whatnot. But you have, I mean, it's not terrible. It's cool. It's a cool thing, but like it's logistically a nightmare. As is anything of this sort. But that's on me. That's on me for wanting my friends to have things that they think are really memorable, and I allow it as long as it's mechanically sound and it's going to be limited. On the note of that, that's the one roguish magical character. He has casting too, by the way, because he's an arcane trickster. He has illusion magic. He has enchantment magic. That's what he gets from arcane trickster. He also has level 1 wizard because he told people where he lives and went through an encounter that leveled him up. So he took level wizard because he's interested in magic supplementing his rogue abilities. So he took a full wizard level and he became the apprentice to the magister that is with the judges of the city, the Suffates. Anyway, so that's a lot of utility stuff. Magic overall is always going to break your game, regardless. Like, that's what it's made to do. It's made to break games, be inventive, be creative, be anything that you want it to be, as long as it follows the mechanics. You have this magical rogue. You have Glenn, who's an artificer. He has a gun. He has a magic gun. That's already a big thing. He has a magic gun, arcane rifle. Again, this is a homebrew version of the Artificer that combines unearthed arcana, at least some of the aspects of earlier unearthed arcana of the Artificer, with other aspects of something else, plus the official Eberron Rising from the Last War book, which has the published version. So it has the mechanics of that. Now I pieced it together where it would work for him. He has an arcane rifle and he has the other artificer abilities. He took 3 levels of artificer. Actually, he had level 1 rogue to artificer. So he wasn't the archetype for the artificer. Now that he leveled, he is now an artillerist artificer and he has a turret. He has a little turret that he can summon through magic technological means that can have a couple different things he can do. So he has a minion. He also has a magic broom now, a flying broom. And that's what this whole tangent was about. I also, in this same session that this happened, have a returning player that wanted to be a roguish-like character that would be good at scouting ahead of the party. You see my conflict, right? You have one person that has literally a UAV bird. You have one person that is currently suggesting in this moment of time of me going on this tangent. Like, we spent like 40 minutes talking about like his broom He has a flying broom. He's offering to this general like his services of flying around on a broom that wants to scout ahead and be a sniper. That is literally what his intention was to be. Is like a rifle sniper, chameleon folk. He has chameleon abilities. You get me? Like he's a large chameleon man that when he sits still can do chameleon stuff. And his outfit is the skin of another chameleon folk in his past. We set it up that way. So not only is this guy a sniper, he's wanting to be a scout, like a pathfinder. We have a new character from a returning player that wanted to get back into it and actually be in combats because we had not done that in so long. He ended up quitting. He got out right before we had a combat too, which is funny enough. That wants to be a scout. Wants to scout ahead. So we've got 3 people that want to use their abilities. Like I'm fine with this as long as they're okay with like taking turns or whatever, or as long as there's no conflict. But like, this is just like a pain. Is stuff that I allow, stuff that I have taken time to build with my players, so that they have the most fun with it, while at the same time it doesn't break the game. But at the same time, we have a player with a gun, a magic broom. We have a player with the ability to spot weaknesses on enemies, and we have a player with the ability to spot weaknesses and a bird that can be a UAV that sends down telemetry immediately to this guy because he's magical, both the player and the bird, obviously. And we have a new player or a new character that wants to do scouting stuff, but he's more of a melee character, so he's kind of falling behind in terms of like utility of being a scout. Oh, also the artificer makes magic items, replica magic items. That's also an artificer thing that's official. You know, let's get to the other side of the party while I'm at it. Again, this is kind of me like this was always going to be me complaining about my own stuff and obviously what I have to deal with. This is part of that and what I have to deal with and what I have to conform with because of choices that the characters or the players are making. I'm not saying I hate it. I'm saying that it's a lot of work and it's kind of stressful sometimes, but I'm not going to tell them no to something that is viable and is in the rules within reason. We have Bam, the mouse folk. I'm not going to get into his backstory, but he is a Fey Lord's subject. So he has contact with the Fey lands, Fey Wilds. He goes back and forth between the Fey Wilds too because that's where his home is. He's summoned back by his Fey Lord ruler. Bam is a bard, College of Swords. That's great. But he's a bard. I think we all know what bards do, at least in terms of abilities. Bards have magic. A lot of that magic deals with altering people's opinions. Bam has stopped, I don't know how many now, situations from arising because the rogue players want to screw around in a city that they're not supposed to be in without a person guiding them. Non-citizens that are also under watch because they were with raiders previously. And it's publicly known. The rogues screwing around trying to do rogue evil things, specifically evil things like go get in contact with your evil organization, despite you saying it's not evil, it is evil. Stealing stuff, actively engaging with guards in a way that is hostile, despite it being funny in the moment. That's not chaotic good. By the way, that's not chaotic good. When you make yourself chaotic good or chaotic or like neutral good or anything like that. I don't know. This may be me just misremembering. But I'm pretty sure they're mainly chaotic neutral, so they do whatever they want essentially. True neutral would have been, I don't know. Tangents aside of alignment, Bam has stopped multiple situations from happening and going into battles with his enchantments, his enchantment magics, his suggestion, his speaking with others telepathically, things like that. That's great. That's also, that's not bad that I'm talking about him in this way. It's just like this is what bards do. This could also mean he could use this. I don't think he has any ill intent. Obviously, he's more just wanting to get a kick out of like him playing a like a very innocent, almost childlike mouse character in terms of his thoughts. Um, he just wants to do good. Like he cares about people. So that's that. But I do want to throw it out there that it's always a possibility that he could do these things with enchantments. So there's that. There's that possibility. That's the most I'm going to say. That's the most I'm going to say about Bam. Janster, oh god, we already opened that can of worms. Janster's from the Shadowfell. He's a halfling, shadow sorcerer. And that's his reason for being a shadow sorcerer is because he is under the influence of the shadow. The shadow has kept him alive in all, you know, official cases. And he's also troubled by it, obviously. He's haunted. He's literally haunted. He sees ghosts, he sees dead people. You have this sorcerer that has enchantment stuff too, so he has the option of doing enchantment stuff. He has the option of through his archetype casting darkness and other shadow stuff and things like that, really spooky stuff. Yet if he delves more into it, he's playing his character. If he uses more of those abilities, he's going more mad as time goes by. He's trying to cope with it, and that's why he became, when he leveled up, a level 1 paladin after asking if he can bring the goddess Tanit into his life. And that was him trying. I don't know if it's him like in character trying to convert, or if it's him just trying to get somebody to deal with this instead of him coping. Him trying to push it off onto others. If you have a god in your life, why, like, if you have a goddess with all this power, why not see if you can get this literal, like, possible malevolent being off your back for a period of time until he finds you again? That's just my thought on things. Janster can do what he wants. The shadow's going to find him regardless. Then we have Babel. Babel's a tiefling that is a citizen, an actual citizen of Karthadasht. Babel is a merchant. He has his own shop that he has several people that work for him, where he deals in more or less restoration of jewelry that, like, adventurers come to him with loot, like old stuff. Whenever they have adventurers roll through, mercenaries a lot of the time are people that come in. They get leave to go into the city, and actually they don't need leave. He's outside the city technically, because the merchant district's outside the wall along the coast, because that's where the docks are. And then when the mercenaries came in and made their contract, they more or less knocked a wall down where the merchant district was, and they connected the mercenaries to the merchant district and became like an outer city. That's why it is what it is on the map. Not that I've shown you guys, but like that's the way it is on for the players. A wall was knocked down so that the mercenaries would have access to the port, because they're foreigners. They come in droves, and they stay under contractual agreement and work for the city as long as they pay. Babel, being a merchant, is part of that outer city. Now that it's part of the outer city, he is a citizen, and a lot of the times mercenaries will come up and try to pawn off. It's like a pawn store, yeah. They'll pawn off old jewelry, um, heirlooms, and stuff like that. Maybe it's stuff that they took off dead bodies. Who knows? Babel doesn't ask questions like that. He just knows. He appreciates their business, and he has a dwarf, a gnome, and several young adults working for him in different fashions. The dwarf and the gnome are his restoration specialists for jewelry and other things like that. One's like an actual jeweler, so he delves into making sure the jewels are in the best condition they could be, and he appraises them too. The others are more like clerks and uh, stalkers and stuff like that, making sure. Oh, one boy runs a cart around town. So those are Babel's followers. Babel himself is a celestial warlock who, in some time in his life, gave his devotion to the goddess Shannare, which is not part of the official pantheon of Kart Hadasht. It's an offshoot foreign goddess that has a temple there now, or a chapel, I should say. She is a goddess of wealth, trade, uh, travel, free movement, freedom, and he has visions from her. He's more or less a seer with warlock abilities. He's pacted to this goddess. She uses him to seek out at the moment an artifact that is in pieces, and one of the artifact pieces are on the island where the colonies are that are contested with raiders. So that's another big reason why he wants to go to the island, is to find that artifact when he can. But he's also on a mission to save his city. He cares deeply about his city. He's quick-tongued and gets himself into more trouble than he likes with his tongue sometimes. And that is especially bad amongst the party members who are roguish types that don't want to be under the control of anybody. They want to be free to do what they want, to hell with the consequences. And that's part of why the party keeps failing to do like they keep getting into trouble despite them not wanting to be in trouble. There are roguish characters that are getting into trouble off and on, and because of Bam, again, I'm gonna applaud his efforts. He has diffused so many situations with this party, and will continue to do so, I'm sure. Babel, however, likes to talk his way into everybody's thoughts, and gets actively engaged in just about everything that happens, even though he knows he shouldn't be in every conversation. Uh, that's just the way his character's turned out. Like, he doesn't want to be a leader, but he's becoming a leader from his actions. Like, the party doesn't want to have that, but they're not fighting against it. That's the other thing. It's like, you've got people in the party that say they don't want to have a leader of any sort. They want it to be a group thing, like metagaming wise. Like, they haven't openly discussed it in character, like, at all. It's all been us bantering in our group chat on Facebook. Nobody has openly said, other than maybe Kildry, they don't want Babel to be a leader, or whatever. Nobody has openly also said what they want the alternative to be. Like, agreed. A lot of the times, though, they're just going along with what Babel's doing, what Babel says, which is totally contradictory. It's hypocritical. And that's stressful. You got actual tension from players who are actually getting pissed off because things are being done, but they're not doing anything about it. They're just complaining about it. It's on you guys. I know you're going to listen eventually, but it's on you guys that are playing to make those decisions as adults. Don't argue. Try to compromise if you have to. Don't get pissed off about a game because somebody's deciding in character to do something. Find a way to talk it out in the game or out of game if you have to. And I'm not going off on too full of a tangent there. Like, that's what it is. Like, if you don't want him to be leader, give an alternative. If you don't give an alternative, and then you follow what that guy does despite saying you don't want him to be leader, that's you wanting him to be leader because you don't want to do anything. There's inaction is the same thing as, inaction is the same thing as supporting somebody. That's the way it works. So we've got Babel, this warlock, celestial warlock. He has healing powers. He has divine powers that he can use to heal, but he doesn't have a lot of spell slots because he's a warlock. So he focuses on his cantrips. He has a grimoire that gives him more cantrips. But, if he continues down the warlock line, he'll get more spell slots, but I don't know what his plans are. Like, so far, he just wants the best for the city. He wants the best for his people. He wants the best for his pockets. He wants to line them with money because he's a merchant that supports a goddess that he's pacted with of money. Cash money. Coin money, actually. They're called queens, I believe. Queen's heads is the derogatory name for the money currency in Kart Hadash because they have the queen on it. They're not a queendom anymore though, but they have the queen on the coin. So that was Bam, that was Janster, that was Babel. We talked about Glenn, we talked about Fenris. I think I'm gonna keep forgetting how to say his name, like I'm bad at it. Fenris, that's what it is. Fenris is from Dragon Age. Fenris. Got people commenting on my stuff. We talked about Kildry. I touched on the NPCs. We've got Aros. He's a human, possibly from the city-states, that is a skirmisher for the group. He's a javelin thrower. He likes playing like that. We have what's her name? Jezebel. Jezebel is the priestess. She's a priestess of Tanit, and she has her own class. She hasn't said much to the party, canonically, because she was in the Halloween special, but that was a non-canonical, interesting game. But she is a priestess of Tanit, so she values community protection and helping people. We have Fenthris's player used to play Shien, which is the Iajitsu samurai Oni character. He's guarding Babel's shop back at home while they're on the island because he didn't want to play that character anymore for a period of time. And then he came back as another character because he wanted to play. We have my brother Subnova, who is taking a hiatus break. He was playing Iskander, a Northman ranger fighter. Uses a two-handed sword. And then we have all the Dragonborns. I think I went through them already. In addition to that, now in this moment, I'm gonna round this off here because I got to finish up. Um, you have two groups of mercenaries, two squads of mercenaries, slingers and javelineers, peltists, uh, and you have this situation with the broom, whatever. So more or less, the party concedes to split up scouting amongst the different characters. And the other thing too is you got a party of dragonborns that don't speak common or any language that is shared. They only speak draconic. Only two only two people in the party know draconic because the paladin earlier in the game, Shamash, I talked about him. The player stopped playing for personal reasons. Um, he's an NPC that's part of the Dragonborn story now, and he's back in Kart Hadasht. He would have spoken Draconic, but we have two people that speak Draconic, so we spent like an hour deciding who is gonna like a dodgeball lineup, like who's going in what team, and it ended up obviously they had Dragonborns split up so that they would have access to people speaking Draconic in both parties because Glenn knows Draconic, Janster knows Draconic. So they split up into two parties. And again, I got to finish up here in a minute, but the party eventually leaves once Leander tells Glenn, if you're going to use that, be careful. Use the magic broom. Be careful with that. Do not get my men killed because of your actions. And he was serious. Be very cautious with it. The terrain was not going to support him being able to dip and dodge with that thing as much as he wants to. And obviously, if you're in open air during sunny weather, you're going to get spotted by somebody who's looking around. Especially if you're a huge lizard man with a big gun hanging off of a broom. So the party in their two squads move out into the hex game. And this becomes the hex crawl part of the game. And this is something that I really should have had prepared more. Like I have a map that has hexes on it, but it's not as fleshed out as I wanted it to be. The hexes are too big. There's too much land. I don't have distances. I'm terrible at distances. Like in real life, I'm terrible with distances and judging like how far something is. I made this world. It's my custom world, Gaia. I made a map. I should have said that earlier. This is an island. There's not a lot of land. There is a lot of land in terms of like the scope of the size of this island, but with the hexes, they're way too big. I really should have had more hexes. The way hex crawls work usually is you go into a hex and you have a possibility for encounters. It's you traveling and you possibly have encounters. These guys don't have any infrastructure. These don't have roads. They don't have horses. They don't have buggy. They don't have caravan going. They are on foot with two groups of skirmishers so that they can quickly bound up to the north and discover what's going on with this city. Why? Who knows? Why the Raiders took it? Who knows why? If at all. See what happened to the people. That was part of the deal. Scout out the situation, report back, and then they can probably make a decision to move troops onto the island and go take it back by force. Because they are tired of their people dying at sea constantly, which is a constant thing, mind you, compared to people slowly having less and less access to resources at home. People are dying at sea so that they can continue to get resources in. That's the prestige of the Navy. They know they're out there, the first line of defense against the Raiders. So the mission, again, take take some skirmishers that can move quickly and hide easier. out into this open island where it's really good for skirmishers because out in a lot of the area is like tall grasses and like hill formations and stuff like that. Especially when they go towards the interior where this huge mountain is. There's this humongous mountain. They decide to go through the hills instead of along the coastlines, which is the smarter idea with skirmishers. They're going to be slowed though, but they are skirmishers, so they're moving fast, but at the same time, they're dragging so many NPCs with them too that don't speak common, so it's slower to speak with them and see what's going on. And not all of them are stealthy rogue types like most of the party are. So, we get into the hell of it where I ask them two questions. What pace do you want to go at when you're moving into this hex from the hex that you're in? And the second one is, do you want to be stealthy? The first question, I have three speeds. I have normal speed, which is walking, or in the terms of like normal movement would be bounding from place to place, and which I'll probably change. I need to look at this again. That's why I'm saying this now. No, three speeds: normal, slow, or fast. Fast means you're trying to book it across this area. You're trying to get there as fast as possible to the location of the next checkpoint where I have to ask you what you're doing. Normal, again, is just traveling speed, but I should have added another one. I should have added bounding, like place to place, taking cover here and there. I guess that was just the big middle ground. Slow means you're trying to be careful. Like you're being more observant. And then I asked if you want to be stealthy, which would have them actively trying to hide from any sight, regardless of whether they know something's there or not. Trying to cover their tracks too. That's the other thing. Covering tracks and being not perceptible. So I would ask them, and they would continue to say normal, at least in the first few hexes, because they know that's where the ambush was before. So they just cleared out patrol. They would take longer. That was pretty good thinking. They went normal and non-stealthy, and they did that twice. The way I did it was you enter a hex, you roll from that side of the hex to the next side of the hex, and then when you exit the hex, you roll again. So it's just it kind of overlaps, but again, there was a lot to it. We did that for a while, and after some like debates and like them rolling, and I didn't roll every time for the NPCs because I knew they were good at their job. That's why I didn't roll every time. It was the Dragonborns and the other two NPCs that mattered. But they went from a more or less plains grassland area, kind of open, to a more rocky. The best way to describe this island is like most of it is like Easter Island, where it's just grasslands and hills. And there's some areas where there's lush vegetation, but it's not in this corner of the island that they're on. So they have this open plains, grasslands that are kind of getting tall. They've got easy movement, nothing slowing them down. They get to the hills, which was the plan. They go to the hills so they have more cover, and they're not as likely to meet patrols going along the sea or on the coastline like they had that patrol earlier that they ambushed. The way it worked there in the hills is your normal movement is slowed down to slow. Your slow movement is slowed down to double slow, and your fast movement is moved down to normal. And they like the way it was going to work is if you went fast, you're more susceptible to exhaustion, but you get there faster. But I was probably going to give them penalties to obviously perception. They'd be more like perceptible to enemies and stuff like that. More audible. That's the term. More audible to enemies, visually to enemies because you're just booking it instead of trying to be careful. And also ask them about stealth. They went normal speed, which slowed to slow. Um, and they had some mishaps with their own roles for stealth. And they also had NPC mishaps and whatever. But eventually, because I'm cutting it short here, they had a point where one of the NPCs, the Knight Dragonborn, uh, botched, and he fell down one of the steeper hillsides. And he's a knight; he's wearing metal armor, and there's just kind of a cascade of stones and stuff like that because other people were failing their checks, but not with botches, but they were still falling. And the thing was probably a group of people together in one of the squads that just kind of slid down one of the hills. Everybody stopped what they were doing to make sure nothing was heard, like make sure nothing happened afterwards. And then one of the checks after that, I think, um, one of the NPC squad members like got down on his arms or his chest on the ground and looked over the a hill, and he nat 20'd. He critical rolled, and I had him react in a manner where he saw something in the distance, and he looked at oh, I'm sorry, before this, another spot. They saw it to west to sea, and with the help of Glenn, because he's got a rifle with a scope, magnified scope, because he's an artificer, he saw at sea ships ramming into other ships, and it was Kart Hadashed Citizen Navy smashing through raider ships because the operation was ongoing, the distraction. You saw ships of the Citizen Navy fighting a huge swarm fleet of raiders, opposing them off the coast in the distance. That was a big moment for them to see that they're actually that numerous. Like that was huge, like numerous raider ships, and like the amount of people that have to be on those ships, while the Citizen Navy were doing their best to be on the offensive and smash through them. And he did see one of the ships get like smashed through with a ram. Honestly, I love scenes like that. I really do. Back to the other spot, the critical that the NPC made, he got on the ridge line while they were almost to the settlement. He got on the ridge line at the end of the hills, one of the larger hills in the area they were in, and he spotted people moving in a line. And the other people started to see. Glenn got his rifle yet again because it has a scope, because of course it does, and spotted people in tattered clothing carrying tools walking in a formation, but they weren't chained together. They weren't chained together, and they also had raiders with the headdresses that they had before walking alongside this formation, and they were heading eastwards towards a large hill on the outskirts of the mountain. It's like more of a mound. The the party is told about this, and Babel looks around and realizes, while he's trying to think of something of what to do next, he realizes that this is the exact spot of one of his visions that he had recently, where he was standing on this point on the hills and overlooking the outskirts of the city and seeing uh, people working and digging at something. And he kind of went wide-eyed in realization. Of course, I think he was thinking about that before. He acknowledged it and said, "Yeah, that's what was happening before. That's why I'm watching my back, because in the dream he had from his goddess, after he had realized he was standing and overlooking people walking to the east to go work, kind of continuously from the colony. He heard growling behind him, and then as he turned around, he all he saw was a sword coming down on his head, and then he woke up. And that's essentially where I ended the session, where he has the revelation that this is the spot where he had the vision, and they are on the hex on the outskirts of the colony that they were sent to scout out. We went a lot over. We went almost an hour over in terms of like when we should have ended it. But I think overall that was a good spot to leave them at. It's just a lot of the stuff that got me, which I'm not going to go much more into here, was that there were decisions that I made in the past, um, concerning magic items for obvious reasons. I've already gone over that. Like offering this stuff to these people because they asked for it in the moment. And then because I didn't have the time to think about it in between sessions and it was literally in session, I offered it to them. And it caused conflict. Not necessarily like arguing, but like it caused it's not game breaking, it's just it changes things. Opportunity. Opportunity to go around rulings and like preset notions of like how the operation was going to go and stuff like that. Obviously, it's a new dynamic. It's three-dimensional travel, which I'm not saying he can't have the ability to do so. It's just I didn't think about that in that moment because it wasn't on my mind. I was running the game session by session in between like character choice, and that's the way it's going. And I'm not trying to railroad people. I'm going to make that clear. I'm not trying to railroad people. They can do what they want. I just tell them the mechanics of how things are going down and what happens when they do something. They may have come across stories that I have set up and like have a plan for, but they can always affect those stories. And I always want to make that clear to them. They can affect those stories. They can completely bypass stuff too, which they've done for a couple side quests and stuff like that I offered, such as bringing the body back of the one man they killed in the beginning of the game. They gave him over to the city and then didn't ask about him until literally 2.5 weeks later after the downtime session. Whatever happened to that guy? I don't know what happened to him. You know, Bam is the only one that found out what happened to him. The body was taken to the Mount Temple of Baal Haman, and because he is a fire god with a huge brazier up on the top of the mount, the body was cleansed in the flame and it is gone. So that quest is over and that man is gone. When you don't ask, you are not told. When you don't involve yourself in your surroundings, other than your own selfish goals, you don't learn anything. You can walk around assuming things because that's how it goes with this. But when you don't ask about like the skies or whatever, I had to tell them there are two moons because nobody cared to think about it, because nobody's going to think about it. That's the way it goes. You have your own goals and you follow through with them. And then you just assume that the stereotype is there's one moon. You assume there's a moon at all. You assume that humans are going to act one way. You assume that Uh, you assume that there are people carrying out law. You assume that these people are good Christian people living in a society that respects other people. And then when you have my session that was, that last session where they're sacrificing, you know, cows and stuff like that, it kind of brings you back to the fact that this is a whole world, a whole different world, um, with different traditions and cultures and stuff like that. Obviously, we have weirdos in the group that are non-human. I was trying to push that real heavily that this is a human city, and you're not citizens, and you're also rogues screwing around in a city that you're not supposed to be going around officially, canonically, without your guide Babel, who is a citizen, and the magistrates told him to not let them go around on their own because they could have been raiders for all they know. Who knows if they were allies of raiders, even if they weren't thralls? They could have been like, who knows? Again, it's there's a lot of things going on that I have to consider, and the players don't even think about because they don't care to. And I'm not saying I'm not happy about that. I'm saying that's what happens when you don't think about what you're doing, and when you don't ask about your surroundings and the cultures and stuff like that as you experience them. Huh. You know, just don't always take for granted like, oh, these guys are elves, they always use bows. Oh, these guys are dwarves, they always hate elves. Like there's different stuff going on. You just got to ask about it. You got to talk to people in the game, NPCs. And if you're not like if you don't know what's going on, ask me. Like if it pertains to your background, ask me. That's part of the deal of DMing in a custom setting that I more or less wrote, with assistance from my friends, is that we are doing this together. We are building your story together, but it's still your story. You tell me what you would really like, and I'll implement it. Meanwhile, everything else that has to do with the world is something that has to be set up for you. And if you don't care to do anything about it, like ask about it, you either don't learn about it and then it affects you later, or it doesn't affect you at all, but it affects the world. Which may, I guess is the same thing. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for me today, guys. I, in the end here, didn't get a lot of interaction as I'd like to have, but I also didn't mind doing this today later on because this morning I hadn't slept. Like I said, I hadn't slept because of all the prep that I had to do, and I got to the point where I couldn't function and keep my eyes open before I did the stream. So I ended up passing out, and then I woke up at 1 and I was like, "Oh god, I didn't get to do the thing. Would it be worth it?" And I didn't want to back out. I didn't want to back out on giving you guys the opportunity to get these um, insights into what I'm dealing with, even though it's not as much because I didn't have as anything prepared note wise. I had some thoughts on like things that I went through, and I wanted to recap more or less what the players have gone through because I haven't been posting the videos, because it takes too much time, and I'm trying to juggle doing gameplay like video game stuff on my channel, and I'm trying to juggle work, and I'm trying to juggle like other games that I'm in that I'm not DMing that I have to take the time to work on and stuff like that. Usual stuff. But I'm glad that I had the opportunity, and that I took the opportunity to talk to you guys about this. I hope somebody gets some fulfillment or joy out of this. I hope nobody gets angry or upset in my player base, whoever watches this. I enjoy playing with you guys. I really do. And I hope you guys enjoy my game. I hope you don't feel bad about anything that happens, because you always have the option to talk to me about it. You always have the option to change up how you want to play something. You always have the option to be like, you know what, screw it, I'm going to join the Raiders. You know, just let me know, and we'll get it done. All right, I gotta hop off here, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I wish you all the best in your gaming. Should you have any concerns of playing Dungeons and Dragons, DMing Dungeons and Dragons, or just tabletop questions in general, feel free to comment on this video or any other video of mine. Let me know if you have any concerns that you want to get my opinion on. If you want to know more about my campaign that's going on, let me know. Otherwise, I'll continue to update with this new series at the Emperor's Table, ATET. I hope you like that. Um, Let me know what you think below. Please comment. And if you feel like it, give me a like or dislike. And I'll see you guys in the next one. It'll be after the next D&D session and I'll post this. And if you guys want me to post more of these in between sessions, I will do so. I can talk about D&D. I can talk about Pathfinder. I can talk about Delta Green. I can talk about Starfinder because I've played a bit of that. And I can talk about anything. Like I started putting together a conversion for Fallout into the Starfinder system. So anything's up for grabs, just let me know because I have a lot of interests. Again, thanks guys. This has been Emperor Haterius. See you guys in the next stream. Keep playing on.